Stand by.
On Westwood One Sports.
Welcome on in to a Monday night edition of BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and I got the Glass Man with me, PJ Glasser. He's filling in for Brad Evans. Brad on vacation all this week, and I got a lot of the Glass Man this week. Love having PJ with me, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The talk and text line to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Wow, what a weekend of sports. We got a lot to get into, but PJ, let's get right into the breaking news that just came down, 30 minutes ago? We've got another blockbuster trade in the NBA. Ja Morant is going to the Portland Trail Blazers. The Memphis Grizzlies are trading their two-time All-Star and very much maligned point guard over the last couple of years to the Blazers for Jeremy Grant and Chris Murray. Jeremy Grant, a veteran of the NBA. He's 32 years old and a guy that can still very much fill up the box score. Averaged 19 points per game this past year for Portland. He's averaged right around that in his last 4 years that he's been on the Portland Trail Blazers. And then they get a young 25-year-old Chris Murray. You know, Keegan's brother. Not that big of a scorer, but a nice role player. Very good defender. Solid piece. But, PJ, I think as I'm still trying to process this trade here, the Memphis Grizzlies, they have now basically completely disassembled their core from just a couple of years ago that people felt really good about. Desmond Bain, Triple J, Jaren Jackson Jr., and Ja Morant. That core is no longer. And so it felt like if Memphis was just able to find a trade partner for Ja, then it was a win for them. He kind of ruined his trade value, right? With the brandishing of the gun on social media. And that feels like that's still not that far removed. And he had to serve the 50-game suspension and then the injuries. And over the last couple of years, Memphis hasn't been that good. And Ja Morant really hasn't been the guy that we thought was a top 10 player in the NBA. He just hasn't been that. So you had to kind of take what you could get from Memphis. The main thing is for Portland, PJ, I kind of like this trade. And don't get me wrong, I've been as critical of Ja Morant and what his potential is and was and how much he has kind of hurt that over the last couple of years. But, man, sometimes you just need new scenery. And Denny Avdia is their guy. You pair him with Ja Morant. Portland had to try to do something here. I think they thought they were in the Jaylen Brown sweepstakes. We talked about that on Friday. They get Ja Morant. If they couldn't swing a Jaylen Brown trade, was this the next best thing for them? I feel kind of optimistic about Portland. Now that, again, this doesn't even come close to launching them into the conversation with Oklahoma City and San Antonio, but I think the Portland Trailblazers, they're better than they were yesterday. You know, you swap out a 32-year-old Jeremy Grant and a role player at best in Chris Murray, and you get a point guard in Ja Morant, who, again, his ceiling is still all-NBA player. I like the trade for Portland. I like the move, and they're a better team. You know, they've gotten closer in the conversation in the Western Conference. They still need to do more, whether that's another trade this offseason or it's just see how this team does this year and see where they can assess from there. But I like this trade for the Portland Trailblazers. I think this is a really good deal for them.
Yeah, a lot to unpack here, Pat. I think first off for Memphis, I agree with what you said, and I love the fact they're just pressing the restart button, total rebuild. Cam Boozer, they're hoping, can be their linchpin, their face of the franchise guy to build with moving forward, who was the number 3 overall pick earlier this week. And like you said, it's crazy. That core of the Grizzlies a few years ago with Bane, Ja, and Jaren Jackson, we all looked at those three like one of the bright young teams in the West. How about their head coach, too? Taylor Jenkins was thought of to be one of the top young coaches in the NBA. Now he's with Milwaukee. So just kind of crazy how Memphis, how that whole team, where those guys are now 3-4 years later. But over to Portland, I agree with you. I like the move. You're taking a shot with Ja Morant. He's still only 26 years old. A few years ago, he was in the MVP conversation. He was one of the best point guards in the league. Had to deal with some stuff on the court, but definitely off the court as well. And going, not only, Pat, does he get a fresh change of scenery, but he gets to go to a low-key, small-market team like Portland where he's not in the headlines every day, right? It's one thing if you got traded to the Lakers or you got traded to the Warriors or you got traded to Boston, one of these big-market, mega franchises in the NBA, one of these big-brand NBA teams. But the fact that you go to small, low-key Portland, Oregon, I think is really good for Ja. And it gives the Blazers a lot of different options here moving forward. They could totally just stay pat as to what they are, roll it out with Denny and Ja, hope Ja turns into the guy he was 3-4 years ago, and then all of a sudden you have two all-star caliber players. Or as people have been reporting, now you can package this for maybe another lateral move. Maybe you do still go after Jaylen Brown with the complement of guards that you have, or maybe you take a swing at somebody else. But like you, Portland realized they had to do something. They were a year ahead of schedule. They're getting a new head coach. They made the playoffs last year. They have a nice young team. They got a good young player in Denny, and they got to build to that, and that's exactly what they did. But now with their guards looking at Scoot and Ja and Drew Holiday and Shaedon Sharpe, they got a lot of different options that they can go with this roster moving forward. But I like the move, too, because you didn't have to give up a whole lot. And it's really just all upside, Pat. If Ja just turns into this guy where he's, kind of middle of the pack in the NBA, he's giving you 15, 16 points a game, 5, 6 assists, then you took a shot. But at the chance that he can, average 25 again for you and average near a double-double, then all of a sudden you got something. You got a heck of a 1-2 punch with him and Denny. So love the move for Portland. I think it's a high upside, really not too much downside to the deal. But I am interested to see if they continue to wheel and deal here over the next week or two. And maybe the Ja move is only the start of something bigger for them with obviously a lot of the big names that are still out there in trade rumors.
Yeah, 310-840-4910. And that's the thing that makes it a little, again, it's in the moment. Don't get me wrong, PJ, you and I love breaking news just as much as the next guy and gal. But, I think there is another lateral move coming here because you mentioned all those guards that they have now. It's Ja and it's Denny. And I guess you could probably consider Denny a 3, but with how much he handles the ball and, Ja obviously is going to take some pressure off of that, but he can operate like a point guard with how much he runs the offense. But not only those two guys, Ja and Denny, Shaedon Sharpe, Scoot Henderson. Don't forget, they have Dame. They got Damian Lillard and they got Drew Holiday, yep. 2 36-year-olds with a wealth of experience. There's too many guards. They need wings. They need wings, and they could use another big to help out Donovan Clingan in the front court because as much as Clingan has already come along here in just a couple of years in the NBA, he still can't shoot that much, so you need a big that could shoot or at least stretch the floor somewhat. They don't have a lot outside of that. I mean, Toumani Camara, who they just signed to a contract extension, last year? Nice 3-and-D guy, but, not setting the world on fire. You're paying him under $20 million a year. And then I'm looking at their bench. Yang Hansen, who they just drafted last year, that's about it. You just traded away Jeremy Grant, so that was your starting 4. So for me, there is, I think, going to be another lateral move here or another move coming for Portland. If it's a big one for Jaylen Brown, bravo, kudos. You've got the contracts to be able to do it, right? You can trade Drew Holiday's contract to make the salaries match up here with Boston, and maybe Boston takes Drew Holiday as a piece that. They welcome him back, and along with a boatload of draft picks and Scoot Henderson, is a guy that's got 1 year left on his contract. And Boston, remember, they made a deal with Portland for Anthony Simons. Was that in that? I think that was in that Drew Holiday deal, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. And they said, all right, let's see what Anthony Simons can give us. If he lights the world on fire, great. Then we could sign him to a long-term deal. And he didn't. So it was like a 1 year, try it out thing. They could do that again with Scoot Henderson because he's got 1 year left before he becomes a restricted free agent. So again, I could see how this is building towards a big Jaylen Brown trade, but even if it's not, again, Portland could trade away Scoot Henderson and some of their first round draft picks that they have to try to get a big, to try to land a four or a wing, which there's a lot of. We're getting all these contract opt-ins and restructuring and contract extensions coming down the pike here. NBA free agency is going to officially start on July 1st. I don't think Portland is done, but just as it pertains to getting Ja Morant, I think they're planning on keeping him and pairing him with Deni Avdija. And if you are able to retain either Dame or Drew Holiday, it would be more likely that it's Damian Lillard because his trade value is zero. Nobody's trading for Damian Lillard after he hasn't played in a year and a half. You have a veteran that you can say, hey, man, you're our guy. You've come back to Portland. We want you to play. We hope that you can still contribute, right? Coming off the torn Achilles. He's now 36 years old. But if not, take Ja Morant under your wing, please, because we need somebody that can show him how to be a veteran, because he didn't have it in Memphis, and maybe it was too much pressure. And now, right, like PJ, who's the number one guy on Portland? It's Deni Avdija. This is Deni Avdija's team. Ja Morant now has a little bit less of a role. He needs to be a facilitator, and he has veterans. He has other guys on this team like Damian Lillard that can now show him how to finally truly be an NBA vet, because he was supposed to be the guy in Memphis, and it was a lot of pressure, and he probably wasn't hanging out with the right people. I mean, that's obvious. And so, again, you're asking him to do less. We know the talent is there. I know there's been elbow and shoulder issues and injuries over the last year and a half that have cost him basically more than half the games, but the talent is still there. And if Portland can get even 75% of what peak Ja Morant was, this team is a playoff team. And then they're one more big piece away from really injecting themselves into the conversation with San Antonio and Oklahoma City.
It's fascinating what's happened with the Western Conference, where, as we all know, Oklahoma City and San Antonio are the two teams that everybody's gunning for. They're kind of in their own tier in the Western Conference. But, Pat, you see all the moves that everybody else in the Western Conference is trying to make, kind of that next tier with Minnesota going after LaMelo Ball. Now Portland makes their move for Ja Morant. We got these reports that we're going to get into throughout the show with Golden State trying to get Anthony Davis and pair him with LeBron. Because OKC and San Antonio are so good, the Thunder have the back-to-back two-time league MVP who's in his prime. The Spurs have the alien, who's only 21 years old, who's going to be the next big thing in the league with a nucleus of young talent. All these teams realize they got to step up their game and they got to get star power. They got to get firepower, because to beat those teams in a 4-game series, you're just going to have it. I mean, the Knicks they had Brunson, they had Cat, they had OG, they had Bridges, they had all these quality all-star caliber players, and they were able to beat San Antonio and lean on their experience. These other teams in the West, it's like the Lakers got Luka, the Nuggets have Jokic, the Warriors have Curry, but it's kind of like all these teams are solo by themselves. And a lot of these Western Conference teams, they're starting to try and bring in that second, that third complement of player to go along with the stars that they have. I can't wait to watch the Western Conference this year, Pat. And this is only the start of free agency. I mean, we haven't even hit July yet. I'm sure there's more madness coming. But like you, whether there's a Jaylen Brown deal with Portland moving forward, I don't think Ja is going to be involved in it. I think they made the trade in mind with Deni and Ja being the future of Portland. And if they can get Jaylen Brown or somebody else to go with it, then, I mean, cherry on top, icing on the cake. But I think those are your two guys moving forward in Portland. And can I tell you, I think it's going to be a good 1-2 punch, man. I think the change of scenery is going to be great for Ja. He's still only 26. He's still uber talented. And I really think playing in a city like Portland, where they love basketball, they're the only Major 4 pro sports team in that city. I think it's going to be really good for him that he's kind of in a low profile type place like that. And he doesn't have to be the superstar, Pat. That's another thing, right? So many times you worry about with a guy like a history like that. All right, are we going to trade for him and try and make him the star of our team? He doesn't have to do that. He can be the Robin to Denny, who's going to be the Batman for the Portland Trail Blazers. I love the move for Portland. I think they're going to be in the playoffs like you again next year. And they could cause some damage. You know, I don't think they're going to beat San Antonio or OKC as they're currently constructed, but any of those other teams in the West, if they match up with them, wouldn't surprise me if Portland was able to give them a series.
310-840-4910. What do you think of the big blockbuster trade that just happened less than an hour ago? Ja Morant going to the Portland Trail Blazers for veteran Jeremy Grant and Chris Murray. Here's the 310-840-4910. Here's two more reasons why I like the trade for Portland, PJ. They didn't have to give up a single pick, right? And again, that's partly because Ja Morant's trade value is not that high. But again, you give Jeremy Grant and Chris Murray. Like, if it works out, it's a steal of a trade. You didn't have to give up a single draft pick. Here's the other reason why I like it. Ja Morant, he's making he's making $44 million per year for the next 2 years. He's on his rookie Supermax extension that Memphis signed him to a couple years ago. If this is a failure here and it's in 1 year, okay. All right, then you find a way to try to move on. You could try to find a way to trade him next offseason and do whatever you can with him. But like, chances are, like, this is a 2-year experiment. And this is a 2-year trial period for Ja Morant to once again prove to the world that he is a all-NBA, all-star caliber player. And he's playing for his next contract now. Like, if he has a great season this year for Portland, chances are they might sign him to a contract extension 12 months from now. So it's not a contract year that he's going to be a free agent next year, but in some ways it is kind of a contract year here for Ja Morant. So Portland's getting a motivated Ja Morant. He's got everything to prove this season and this upcoming year here. And again, I think the fact that, like you said, he's not asked to be the guy. Denny Avdia has more dribble drive penetration to the bucket than basically anybody else in the NBA. And for a large period of time, that was Ja Morant. Like, he had to do that for Memphis. And he's got, at his peak, he had more makes in the restricted area per game than any other guard in the NBA. So I guess you could say, well, you got two guys that kind of do the same thing. Could that be a problem? Well, at least you know that you're going to get a lot of high percentage shots per game. This team's going to be living at the free throw line. So then it just comes down to, all right, well, can the other guys on the team, can they get 3-point shooters? And that is why I don't think Portland's done. They need a 3 and D guy. They need some wings because you got two guards that can just ram their way to the bucket. But, again, what Ja Morant's upside is, trust me, there are ways that this can fail miserably. And maybe he doesn't turn himself around and he's immature and he never manages to recapture the heights that he once played with a couple of years ago. But like I said, it's at worst, okay, you sunk 2 years into it. 2 years.
Right.
This isn't like a 4 or 5 year contract that you've committed yourself here to. So I think it's a good gamble from Portland. And, again, you and I are both expecting there to hopefully be another trade this summer for them.
Yeah, I would certainly think so. I mean, we'll see if they can end up luring Boston to get Jaylen Brown. I think Kawhi Leonard would be super interesting for them because we talked about they both need wings. I don't think LeBron would ever go to Portland, but Kawhi, I think of the big names along with Jaylen Brown would probably be the two guys that I would look at, but I do think they're going to make another move. And Pat, we talk about the depth now that they have at guard. I do expect them to deal one of these young guards, whether it's Scoot or whether it's Shaedon Sharpe. But regardless, I think they're going to keep one of those guys. And all of a sudden, you got a crowded backcourt, man, with Dame and Drew Holiday and Ja Morant. So John not only getting a fresh start, but having to compete for playing time, I think is just going to be good for everybody involved to try and get onto the court. Keep in mind, they got a new head coach as well. So it's not like he's got a relationship with any of these players or he's already has his favorites that he loved for last year. He's got these set rotations that he loved to use. It's a new experience for everybody, and they're going to learn during summer league and during camp as they get ready for the season, kind of who works well with who. But I really think it's a great situation for Ja. We know that Memphis was looking to move on from him and vice versa, and both of those sides needed a fresh start. I think this is one of the best situations that Ja could have ended up in. So I hope he takes advantage of this opportunity. And if he does, Portland's going to be a really fun team, man, because when Ja was great, when he was at his peak, I mean, you can go all the way back to college, Pat, at Murray State. He was must-see TV, electric. And then when he came into the league at Memphis, he was terrific. So I hope he can get back to that a little bit, because him and Denny would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, he's must-see TV when he's on, man. The acrobatics, the showmanship, and just the athleticism is off the charts. And yeah, you mentioned new head coach Micah Nori, who, by the way, we didn't talk about this last week on the show, but the fact that he's only got one guaranteed year as the head coach with team options on the second, third years of the deal. I saw JB Bickerstaff said that it's a slap in the face to basically, to head coach's value in the NBA, and a lot of coaches feel the same way. So it's a team that they're playing for jobs. Micah Nori is year one. He's coaching for year two.
Yeah.
Ja Morant's playing for his next contract. There's a lot to prove for this Portland team. And I think this is a good trade for them. Memphis, meanwhile, again, like this is a lateral move for them. Like they're not trying to compete. They know they're not trying to compete. They know they're not ready to compete. So Jeremy Grant now becomes the veteran on this team that's going to hopefully be able to score 20 points per game for them and take some of the pressure in the front court off of their new face of their franchise in Cam Boozer. 310-840-4910. We want to hear from you. Do you like this Ja Morant trade for Portland? Do you think Ja can be the player he once was in Memphis, or do you think this is a dumb move that's only going to be a negative for the Blazers? You're listening to BetMGM tonight, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. So that trade is solidified. That trade is going to be a done deal. But there are plenty of rumors that are juicy as hell that we got to get into. Is it going to be the unction, as I keep hearing, in the Bay Area? LeBron and Anthony Davis to Golden State? Why, it's more realistic than you might think. Also, James Harden declining his player option, and a potential huge Kawhi Leonard trade back to Toronto. A lot of rumors to get to. We'll get to them when we come back. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser in for Brad Evans. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I immediately went, uh-oh. Because you and I had the same thought. I went, oh, boy. LaMelo, I just feel like Charlotte was kind of waiting for this moment to get something in return, and there were a whole lot of ups and downs in the LaMelo experience, and the second they felt like they got a solid return, especially on that deal, boom, gone. So could it work in Minnesota? Could LaMelo and Ant find a way together and catch their rhythm? Yeah, I think it could. Would I bet on it? No.
Why not the Pittsburgh Penguins? Why not? Another team with a massive amount of cap space, a team that has plenty of draft assets to trade to Dallas for Robertson's rights if they'd like, and a few young players, up-and-coming young players around. But why not Jason Robertson to be in the same lineup with Sidney Crosby as Crosby's career winds down over the next several years? Robertson comes in, becomes the face of the Penguins franchise, and gets to play with Sidney Crosby. Look, I don't think there's a kid who's grown up playing hockey in the last 20 years who didn't wonder what it would be like to play with Ovechkin or Crosby at some point. Here would be your opportunity.
Stand by.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. And the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Opening segment, talking about the breaking news. Ja Morant traded to the Portland Trailblazers for Jeremy Grant and Chris Murray. PJ and I like the deal for Portland. We think there's going to be another trade that they hunt for in the next coming days or weeks here. Jaylen Brown would be the big one, but I think there are other moves, even if they don't land Jaylen Brown, that they can make because they didn't have to give up any draft picks, and the best player they had to give up was Jeremy Grant. I like Jeremy Grant, but he's 32 years old, and he's been on 6 teams in the last 8 years, so definitely not like they had to give up the kitchen sink to get Ja Morant. So we'll take your phone calls and your texts on that. Your thoughts on the trade, 310-840-4910. PJ, we got some big rumors to get to, but before we do that, we've got about 30 seconds left in regulation here at the World Cup. Germany and Paraguay about to be headed to extra time. The Germans were down in this game at halftime, and then they got an incredible header of a goal from Kai Havertz, the man from Arsenal, to tie this game up. But we've already seen some incredible last gasp winners here in the first 2 games of the knockout stages. Yesterday it was Canada in the 92nd minute. Earlier today it was Brazil in the 95th minute. And it looks like we are not going to get a last gasp winner from Germany. They are going to extra time. So drama here at the World Cup. This would be the shock of the tournament, PJ. I know we're going to talk more about the World Cup and coming up here, but this game just in this very moment is going to extra time, 30 minutes. And then if it's still tied after those 30 minutes, penalty kicks. But Germany very much on the ropes right now.
No question. And again, for people who are familiar betting soccer, when you get to the knockout stage, you can bet these games like you would have in the group stage. So you can bet the regulation time, the 90 minutes plus stoppage. You can pick these teams to win in regulation or pick to draw. Or what I like doing is you can just pick these teams to qualify for the next round. It's definitely a better bet when you're betting on an underdog. When you're betting on a favorite, you got to lay way more juice in that situation. But Pat, to your point, Germany before this match in some spots, I think we're like minus 720 to qualify for the next round. So certainly a big favorite today over Paraguay. And again, Pat, it's going to be an interesting conversation with how this game turns out, because as you and I both know, and a lot of people know, this was the team that the U.S. played in their first match. And it's always interesting when you get these kinds of things in sports where it's like, the U.S. was up 3-0 on this team in the first half, and Germany was down 1-0. It's 1-1 going into regulation. We all know every game's different. Matchups are different. But that's kind of what's running through my mind. We know Germany's a heck of a team. They got a great offense. They're capable of scoring a bunch of goals. And this Paraguay defense was so great during qualifying. That was a big talking point going into that match, and that's why so many people were talking about what the U.S. did was so impressive, how they broke down that Paraguay defense. You're kind of getting another example of that with how they've been defending today and how they're playing against Germany. So definitely interested to see how this match finishes up, but Pat, I'm kind of getting a little more excited about the U.S., man. Just another data point that we got, how impressive that opening match of the World Cup was.
Yeah, well, and here's just before we get to the U.S. on Germany, they're getting worse as this tournament goes on. Now, they played Curacao in their first game, so, they were expecting to blow them out. Spain tied Cape Verde, who's in the knockout stages. You and I were talking about them on Friday. Cabo Verde, Cape Verde, they're going to play Argentina in a couple of days. But Spain tied them. Portugal tied the Democratic Republic of the Congo, who also made the knockout stages, but at the time, it was like, wow, this is a terrible result. Germany crushed Curacao 7-1. Since then, they've gotten worse. They needed a 95th minute goal to beat Ivory Coast. Then they lost to Ecuador, a game that yet didn't mean anything. They won their group, but they played a lot of their starters in that game. And then, and now they're down 1-0 against Paraguay at halftime. So, their results are getting worse and worse here. They get the goal from Havertz, but they have really not created a whole lot of opportunities. Germany only has 2 shots on goal. 3 shots on goal. They had a header in the last 2 minutes that wasn't really a threatening one. So 3 shots on goal against Paraguay, that's not really good. Paraguay had given up at least 5 shots on target in all 3 of their group stage games, and Germany had averaged 5 shots on target through their group stage games. So they just have not created that many opportunities. It's very easy to think, all right, Germany's going to find this goal here, no problem, but they really haven't. They were dominant in the first 30 minutes, and then they got caught out, and Paraguay scored on them, and it's kind of been a bit of an even game since then. So I don't. This one might be going to penalties. I don't think it's all that much of a surefire bet that Germany's going to find a goal here in the next 30 minutes in extra time. But yeah, I think as Americans, I think getting ready for Team USA on Wednesday against Bosnia, I think you got to feel better and better about the results that the USA got here, because you look at who they've played. Paraguay, like you mentioned, 4-1 win. Then Australia, easy 2-0 win. And Australia's in the knockout stage as well. And then the 3-2 loss to Turkey. The game meant absolutely nothing. And so I guess you could pick that one apart. But USA played 2 other teams in their group that made it to the knockout stage, and they beat both of them convincingly. So, yeah. I still think Wednesday's game is going to be very, very difficult. I think it's going to be a cagey affair. I think Bosnia, they got themselves into 2 straight penalty shootouts in order to get into this World Cup, Peach. They knocked out my Italians. They had the 40% Italian in me. Remembers that very well just a couple of months ago. Ask Combs, because we got on the air literally 5 minutes after it ended, and my head nearly exploded. because Italy is just an absolute disgrace, missing 3 straight World Cups. So again, Bosnia knows how to play a knockout round style game of soccer. So it's not going to be an easy one.
Pat, I'm sitting here watching this game. We got live lines up at BetMGM. Germany to win the match in extra time right now, -110. Paraguay to win it in extra time, +1250. Or the draw to take it to PKs, +115. Or like we were talking about earlier, the way that you can just bet it is Germany to qualify at -295 and Paraguay +230. I think if you like Germany, man, like stay away from the to qualify at -295. As a big favorite like that, the last thing you want is PKs because then all the pressure is on you to deliver in penalty kicks. I mean, you got to figure they're going to have a majority of possession in these next 30 minutes. Paraguay is going to park the bus. Germany should get some good opportunities. Obviously, the big question is, are they going to execute? But you can say it from the other side, Pat, as well, that because Germany knows they don't want this game to go to penalty kicks, Paraguay could find themselves maybe in an advantageous counterattack when Germany just brings everybody forward. So it's very interesting when you get in these kinds of games, and this is what makes the knockout round so good. You're a big dog like Paraguay, just survive the game. Survive it, lean on your defense, lean on your goaltending, and just get it to penalty kicks, because once you do that, absolutely anything can happen. But is there any kind of way that you would play this game right now? Would you take Germany or would you take the draw if you had to in extra time?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you would. I guess you would take Germany. Either take Germany or take Paraguay to advance, because again, I think it is very slim. Now, again, that's a very appealing number, plus 1250 for them to score to win the game here in the next 30 minutes, like to be ahead in 30 minutes from now. It's very appealing, but I think it's unlikely. I think I'm watching the first 2 minutes right now, and they're in a defensive shell. I think they're going to try to defend for their lives and force this thing into penalties. So I think it's very slim that Paraguay grabs a goal here and wins this in extra time without having to get to penalties. So I think you either take Paraguay to advance, which would mean, they could get it done in extra time, or they win it in penalties, or you just take Germany to win the game here in the next 30 minutes, because they are the better team. They necessarily haven't played like it, but they're going to dominate possession probably for the next 30 minutes. So, yeah, I think it would be Germany to win it in extra time or Paraguay to advance, depending on which side you do like. But you made a great point. Yeah, I would absolutely do not touch, even if you're looking to I got a chance
a parlay,
here to parlay this with something. No, I would not take Germany to qualify at -295. I don't care what anybody says. Nobody's better than anybody else at penalties, because I lived it. Because Germany's got Manuel Neuer, who's been one of the best goalies in the world for the last 15 years. He is incredible at penalty shootouts. You would think that gives Germany a massive advantage. Gianluigi Donnarumma, Italy's goalie, is also one of the best penalty shootout goalies in the world and one of the best goalies in the world. And Italy lost a penalty shootout to Bosnia. So I don't want to hear about, they have no, penalty. They're called a shootout for a reason. Anything can happen, like you said. You got 5 kicks. You get one guy that chokes and collapses under the pressure, and all the expectation and the pressure is on Germany, and that's all it takes for Paraguay to go through. So, yeah, I agree with you, PJ. I would not touch Germany to advance at -295. If you think the Germans are going to get it done, you take them in extra time here. And if they end up winning in penalties, then so be it.
And Pat, how lucky are we? I mean, we still got Netherlands and Morocco as the nightcap that we'll be able to watch and sweat out during the show. We were talking about it last week when we pretty much had just about all the bracket and the round of 32. We both agreed our favorite 2 matches were Brazil-Japan, which delivered earlier today, and then Netherlands-Morocco. I mean, that could be like a quarterfinal, semifinal type matchup. So this Germany-Paraguay match was definitely thought of to be the worst of the 3. And we got some high drama in Boston with the Germans trying to survive, and certainly a lot of French fans that are watching this game with high anticipation, thinking, man, we got to play Germany in the round of 16. Could be a tricky matchup. That's what makes this tournament and brackets and one and done so great, is you never know. I mean, you play out all the scenarios in your head, but you just never know who's going to beat who, where the upsets are coming. But yeah, it's clear. I agree with you. Paraguay, they're trying to survive and hold on for their D-line. Germany's had the ball for essentially the entire first 5 minutes of this extra time. They really haven't had like too many high danger opportunities. The goalie hasn't had to make any big time saves, but Germany, again, the sense of urgency to try and get this thing done here in extra time is definitely prevalent. And if you're going to make a bet, I think for them to win in these 30 minutes is definitely the way to go.
Yeah, and they've already, like you said, not a lot of high danger opportunities, but the ball has been in Paraguay's defensive third for all six of the first minutes, first 6 minutes here in extra time. But, the one good thing is that means they are 20% on their way to penalties. So can they continue to defend like this for another 25 minutes? We'll find out. But, the one thing you mentioned, the winner of this gets the winner of France and Sweden. And barring an upset, it's likely to be France. If I'm French right now, if I'm a France fan, I got to be feeling great. Now, again, you're very confident and you got to take care of business tomorrow. But Germany has looked like pretenders. They have not looked like a team that is supposed to be one of the best 10 teams in the world. And not even 10. Like, I know they're ranked 10 or ranked 9, Germany. But, this is, I was expecting a lot more from them. And I thought they were going to, take care of this game in 90 minutes in regular time, and they haven't. And the fact that they had to come down from 1-0, couple that with the last game that they lose to Ecuador and they barely got past the Ivory Coast. I think France would be really feeling confident if they beat Sweden tomorrow and it's France-Germany in the round of 16. I think France is winning that game.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think a lot of us feel like France is the best team in the tournament going into this knockout round stage. And on paper, Paraguay would definitely be an easier matchup. But if you end up getting Germany, you gotta feel good about, like you said, really outside of Curacao, when they've had to play any kind of decent team, they've struggled in those matches. And considering what the U.S. did to Germany, I would, what the U.S. did to Paraguay and what Germany's doing against them and how they're struggling, I think you got to feel good about it if you're a fan of France. But it's going to be a stressful next 23 minutes. I always go back and forth, Pat, on as a fan, what the most stressful thing is to watch. Is it Stanley Cup playoffs when your team is a 1-goal lead on the road, or, it's in OT, or is it in baseball when you're trying to close a game out in the 9th inning? We don't experience it a lot with international soccer, but holy smokes. I mean, when your team is in a game like this, and again, it's important for people to know because so many of us play FIFA, the video game, this isn't golden goal. So if Germany does score here, Paraguay still does have 20 minutes to try and tie it up. But I mean, still, it's just so stressful. I don't have any money on this game. I don't have any rooting interest, but very stressful to watch these teams battle it out in this extra time right now.
310-840-4910. All right, don't worry. We've got a lot to get to with the LeBron and Anthony Davis rumors to Golden State, and the surprising news today that Draymond Green opted out of his player option for next year. We'll get to that in a bit, but when we come back, we're going to go streaking. So if you want to get on the phones, you want to text in 310-840-4910. We're coming right back. We'll have some more World Cup updates for you when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Up next,
you're down.
John Lynch has not been the best general manager in football over the last several years. But I will say this. I will back John Lynch fully and unequivocally if he lets Brandon Ayuk just rot on the restricted list. This is ridiculous. You can't just go on social media every day and say that you're going to play for the Commanders when you're still technically under contract with the 49ers. You can't do that. That's not how it works. You don't get to just name what team you're playing for. You're not a free agent. I get it. The Niners don't want him anymore. As Lynch said, he's probably played his last snap for San Francisco. But unless the Commanders are willing to give me something of some consequence, I'm not just cutting this dude and letting him walk off to D.C. to play with his buddy Jaden Daniels. Oh, hell no. I'll give it to Stone Cold. No. I'm not going to just let him. No, you don't just get to go. You don't get to name your destination, Brandon Ayuk. It's getting to the point where it's kind of creepy, but more so just dumb. Just dumb. Without even the B. D-U-M. Dumb by Brandon Ayuk. But let's stop losing the forest for the trees here. Everybody in the WNBA has a visceral hatred for Caitlin Clark, despite the fact that Caitlin Clark's arrival on the scene is what helped them push for a new CBA, a massive increase in salaries, massive viewership, which helps push those rights fees and salaries farther up. Without Caitlin Clark, I wouldn't say there's no WNBA. It's existed for 2 decades now. But without Caitlin Clark, the WNBA is not nearly as close to the average sports fan's radar as it is right now in this moment. And yet Caitlin Clark gets a hand to the neck, gets kicked occasionally, smacked occasionally. And again, she's not the only person who receives a little physical punishment in sports. But she receives all of this, and the one person, the one star who has helped make the NBA, who has made the WNBA what it is right now, is Caitlin Clark. And that Alyssa Thomas transgression draws a 1-game suspension? Number 1, the Detroit Lions. Absolutely. Amon-Ra, Jamison Williams. I would put those two right there, just a hair behind Chase and Higgins. Maybe right there with Chase and Higgins as the best duo behind Lamb and Pickens. If we were just doing duos, it would be Lamb, Pickens, and then it would be probably a tie at number 2 between Chase Higgins.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We're going to go streaking here in just a minute. but Germany had scored on a corner kick in the 101st minute of extra time, and they just checked it with VAR, and they're ruling that it's a foul because they blocked the goalie right before Jonathan Tah, the center back for Germany, scored on a header. And so they take the goal off the board and say that it was a foul on Germany for goalkeeper interference. And the goal comes off, and it's 1-1 again in the 105th minute. Wow, that is a stunner, PJ.
I'm honestly really shocked, Pat. It's not that I don't disagree with the call. I mean, you could make a case either way. He definitely makes contact with the goalie. The question is, does he have enough time to get back up and react, plant his feet to make the save? But I'm just kind of surprised because it's like Germany, you know what I mean? And like all those conspiracy theory type things. And do you want the bigger brands and the better teams to go through? I think it was the right call. Credit to them for making it. But holy smokes, we still got a 1-1 game. And now we were talking about it at break, how we were both like, is it time to bet Germany? They're plus money now to win an extra time. They immediately score. Well, Pat, they're back to plus 110, plus 115 now.
Yeah, that's for sure. All right, so we'll keep you posted on that one. They are about probably a minute away, if not two, from the half. Oh, wow, 4 extra minutes. So again, an extra time, overtime, if you will. It's 2 15-minute halves. So at 105 minutes, you would normally get the switch sides. We got 4, because that was a lengthy VAR review. So they're going to go to like 109 minutes and then break for the second half of overtime. I know it could get confusing, but if you know soccer, you know what we're talking about. All right, 310-840-4910. Looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. All right, it's just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern. It is time. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! All righty, everybody on the show picks a batter that they think will correctly get a hit. I've got a current streak of 2. Combs looking to start a new streak. We got Zach Kroll filling in for Monty, our VP. And then PJ, 12 out of 13 lifetime on this show. The man almost never misses, and he's got a current streak of 4. I'll start us off here. Cubbies taking on the Padres tonight in Wrigley. Give me Fernando Tatis Jr. to get a knock against Shota Imanaga, the lefty, who I know Combs is very fond of. Career numbers for Fernando Tatis off of Imanaga, he's 3 for 9. But Tatis has been on a heater. He's gotten his average all the way up to 283. And against lefties this year, he is hitting 323. So give me Fernando Tatis Jr., who's batting leadoff for the Padres, to get a knock tonight to get my streak to 3. All right, PJ, you are dynamite at this. 12 out of 13, 4 in a row, looking to make it 5. Who you rocking with tonight?
Going with Matt Chapman of the San Francisco Giants tonight against Eduardo Rodriguez and the D-backs. He's 8 for 24 a lifetime against Erod. So he sees him well. Chapman's kind of been up and down in the month of June. He's slumping a little bit, but he had a couple of hits last night, and he's going up against a guy that he's got great history against. So I'll take a shot. Matt Chapman will be my play in going streaking.
All righty. Germany nearly just scored again there. That was a dangerous opportunity. All right, so PJ's going with Matt Chapman to go for 5 in a row and make it 13 out of 14. I'm going to read Zach Kroll's pick. He is filling in for Michael Montgomery, our video producer, for the next couple of days. Zach is going with Jake McCarthy against the Marlins tonight, as the Colorado Rockies are hosting the Marlins at Coors Field, and it is Jake McCarthy batting leadoff. He's hitting 304 on the season. He's 2 for 9 career against Sandy Alcantara, who's on the mound tonight for the Fish. So Zach is going with Jake McCarthy. And then finally, Combs looking to start a new streak. Who you going with, brother?
I'm going back to the well, baby. I'm going with Mr. MV Pete Kroll Armstrong. 406 batting average in June with a 1219 OPS plus. This man has been on fire. He's going to continue that against a pretty bad pitching staff in San Diego.
All righty. There you go. PCA for Combs. I'm in that same game with Fernando Tatis. PJ's going Matt Chapman. And Zach is going with Jake McCarthy. All righty. We'll take a short break. When we come back, are the Golden State Warriors going to form the oldest super team ever? And could it compete? Plus, we'll get you some World Cup updates as well. 15 minutes of penalties between Germany and Paraguay. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Number one, the Detroit Lions. Absolutely. Amon-Ra, Jamison Williams. I would put those two right there, just a hair behind Chase and Higgins. Maybe right there with Chase and Higgins as the best duo behind Lamb and Pickens. If we were just doing duos, it would be Lamb, Pickens, and then it would be probably a tie at number two between Chase, Higgins, and St. Brown and Williams. But again, I'm not ranking duos. I'm ranking wide receiver groups. And you got to add in Isaac Tesla, who was a red zone machine for the Lions last year.
It feels like the breakup is upon us because we've been hearing about, is Jaylen Brown going somewhere for years now? I mean, go back to that potential deal with the Nets for KD. I mean, that was 3 or 4 years ago. It's like, is Jaylen Brown going to be a part of it? There's got to be something going on behind the scenes in that it can work with Brown and Tatum. We've seen it. They won a title. Jaylen Brown's a finals MVP. But it feels like, Chris, he wants to be the guy. And he can never, ever be the guy in Boston with Tatum. It's never going to happen. So if he really wants to be that dude, he's going to have to be that dude somewhere else. So, no, I'm not surprised. At this point, given all the smoke around a potential deal, it feels like something is going to happen. And you're always going to wonder, how did it get to the point that it got? Because it was kind of rocky, and they always seem to bring it back. I actually think they could run it back and still have success, but there's been so much talk about where Jaylen Brown's going to go, and so much of it is not Boston, which leads you to believe that something's really going to happen this time. I immediately went, uh-oh, because you and I had the same thought. I went, oh, boy. LaMelo, I just feel like Charlotte was kind of waiting for this moment to get something in return, and there were a whole lot of ups and downs in the LaMelo experience, and the second they felt like they got a solid return, especially on that deal, boom, gone. So could it work in Minnesota? Could LaMelo and Ant find a way together and catch their rhythm? Yeah, I think it could. Would I bet on it? No.
the day shuts down.
You're hot.
At MGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. I got the Glass Man with me. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. PJ will be filling in for Brad for most of this week. Brad on vacation. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Monday night get-together kicks off right now. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Fun first hour of the show. We just went streaking in our last segment. But the beginning of the show was about the breaking news in the NBA. Blockbuster deal. Ja Morant traded to the Portland Trail Blazers. And Memphis gets back Jeremy Grant and Chris Murray. So we'll take your phone calls and your texts if you want to join our talk and text line. Anything in the first hour that we discussed, 310-840-4910. Before we get to the big LeBron and Anthony Davis rumors with the Golden State Warriors, we also did discuss the World Cup game going on right now because it's got us on the edge of our seats. Germany and Paraguay in extra time right now. They are just over 10 minutes away from penalties. They're tied 1-1. Germany, massive favorite to advance before the game started. Paraguay looking for the first big upset here of the knockout stage. In the first game yesterday, Canada scored a last-minute winner to beat South Africa. And then earlier today, Brazil came from behind and scored a last-minute winner to beat Japan. So, Paraguay looking to knock off the 2014 World Cup champions. And PJ, Germany had been dominating the extra period, and now Paraguay finally enjoying some possession here. So again, we were talking about Paraguay probably playing for penalties, because at that point, as they literally call it, and it's metaphorically, a shootout, anything can happen. We still have some time here for some drama to unfold, but it's getting closer and closer to looking like this might be headed towards a penalty shootout.
Our first one of the knockout round stage. I can't wait. And if that's the case, Pat, all the pressure is going to be on Germany if that ends up happening. But we still got about 10 minutes and change to go, depending on how much stoppage time there is. You're right. Paraguay's getting a little bit more of an offensive attack here in this extra time. And it was kind of how we were talking about. We know Germany's going to dominate most of the possession. They have their sense of urgency to get things done in extra time because they do not want it going to penalty kicks. But that counterattack you got to be careful of, whether it be off of a free kick, whether it be off of a corner, or just a save by the goalie igniting a break. That's going to be the opportunities that Paraguay has to try and score a goal. They nearly got themselves one about a minute ago. Germany did a good job playing defense, but right now, again, they're back parking the bus, trying to keep this a 1-1 game. So we got a great finish until the end. And I absolutely love that this game is going the distance, the 120, because it's just cutting into the time until we get Netherlands and Morocco, which is the game we've all been looking forward to this round. So I absolutely love it that we're getting a great game, and I'm looking forward to the one that we're going to have later tonight as well.
Yeah, 310-840-4910. We're going to talk some more World Cup. We'll preview that Morocco-Netherlands game because PJ and I both ranked it our number one game to watch in the round of 32. So out of 16 games, we had Brazil-Japan number 2, and that game delivered. Back and forth game. Brazil scores in the last minute to win it. We had Netherlands-Morocco as number 1 with that game. That could be a quarterfinal game. That could be a semifinal game. So that one's coming up at 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll talk more about that before it kicks off. 310-840-4910. But to get into some more NBA news, rumors flying hot and heavy. Not only about the trade that we talked about in the first hour of the show, PJ, the Ja Morant trade, because Shams put out a potential package that the Portland Trail Blazers could use now to get Jaylen Brown from the Boston Celtics. But also, with LeBron's decision up in the air, being a free agent for the first time, a true free agent for the first time in a long time, and with the uncertainty around Draymond Green and the Golden State Warriors, we got a pretty big sign today as to what might be coming down the pike in the Bay Area. 8 hours ago, right around noon Eastern, Draymond Green declining his $28 million player option to become a free agent. This move gives this is from Shams, by the way. Shams Sharani had tweeted this. This move gives the Warriors flexibility to pursue LeBron James in free agency and Anthony Davis via trade to form a big four. So I think the thinking for me, is that Draymond's declining the $28 million to sign a more team-friendly deal. The Warriors could use the mid-level exception on LeBron, which I think is $15 million. And I guess you could maybe use that for just a 1 year, or I don't know if they could parlay that into a 2-year deal where the first year is the mid-level exception. But like, it's on the table that the Warriors can get Draymond to come back on a team-friendly deal. They can get LeBron to team up with Draymond, his buddy, and Steph, and then they can trade for Anthony Davis from Washington, and you'd have AD, LeBron, Steph, and Draymond, and the Warriors just brought back Kristaps Porzingis literally 15 minutes ago on a 2-year, $40 million deal. I saw some people online calling it the unction, bunch of unks. Like, they would be one of the oldest, but also most decorated starting fives in the last 20 years in the NBA. And here's the question, PJ. Would it work with this Golden State Warriors team, who, by the way, also has Jimmy Butler coming back? Would this be a team that you think has a chance to win a title? That's the real question here.
On paper, probably not. In reality, I would not feel good about it. It's just, there's so many what ifs, Pat. You're relying on these guys to stay healthy, man. Is Steph still a top player in the league? Yes. Is LeBron still a really top player in the league? Really good? Yes. Anthony Davis, when he's available, is he still really good? Yes. But again, LeBron's in his 40s. His durability has been unbelievable, as good as we've seen out of any athlete. Steph Curry's been dealing with nagging injuries the last couple of years, and Anthony Davis, as we know, that's been the story of his career, is being on the court. Draymond, at this point in his career, he still gives you good defense. You don't really get too much shooting out of him. It would be very intriguing to watch Steph and LeBron together, and Anthony Davis. There's no doubt about it. I would still like San Antonio and Oklahoma City over both of those teams, but I think you'd probably have to put them third in the West if all of this is able to come together. I would not bet money on them to win the NBA Finals, certainly a futures bet. I would rather, Pat, wait and take a pay cut in terms of betting and in the futures market to see if this team is fully healthy, if this ends up happening, rather than taking a shot in June or July to bet this team, hoping that all goes according to plan and they're ready to make a run in April and May. There's just so much that could go wrong. Like you said, with the unction, all these guys are aging players. They're in their late 30s or in their 40s, as is the case with LeBron. But I don't think they can beat San Antonio or Oklahoma City in a 4-game series. I don't think there's a way that can happen. Those two teams are just way too good. I tell you what really excites me, though, as a Wizards fan, they hold all the power in this scenario, man. In this whole scenario, because everything hinges on the Wizards trading Anthony Davis, and they hold all the power, and they're not going to do the Warriors any favors. They're not going to do Anthony Davis any favors. This franchise has been suffering for long enough, and they got the number 1 pick in AJ DeBanza. They re-signed Trae Young. There's a whole lot of hope, and the plan is to have Anthony Davis be part of their starting rotation. But he wants the max, and in no world is that ever happening. And he wants to get traded to Golden State if he doesn't get the max. And that's not happening either unless Golden State just empties. I mean, they got to give him Yaxel. They got to give him pods. They got to give him multiple draft picks. They got to do a lot of things in order to make that happen. So, I think a lot of NBA people want to see this happen because you're talking about two of the all-time greats in Steph and LeBron, and it would be really cool watching them play together. But the Warriors got to give the Wizards a good enough offer to make this all happen. If they do and the Wizards accept and Anthony Davis goes and LeBron goes, Pat, right now, this point in time, I'll say that they're the third best team in the Western Conference. There's just way too many what ifs. And even if all those guys are healthy with all their playoff pedigree, I still wouldn't like them against those young teams in OKC or San Antonio at a best of 7. I still would give the edge to both of those teams.
310-840-4910. Do you think this is a brilliant move by Golden State, or do you think they're basically just forming a retirement home that's going to get sent packing in the second round of the playoffs? Here's the thing, PJ. And again, you said it is a lot of ifs, right? And if you were to get Anthony Davis, that's the biggest if of all, because we know how easy it is for him to get hurt and then miss half the season, if not miss the entire rest of the regular season and not even be available for the playoffs. But you get AD at center, and you got LeBron, who, LeBron's up there. LeBron's 41 going on 42? We know he's not in his prime. He played pretty damn good in the playoffs. Like, he wasn't the reason the Lakers got swept by Oklahoma City. He sure as hell did his part. He did his thing. He played really, really well. Steph is Steph. Like, yes, is he as explosive as he used to be? No, but it doesn't matter. The type of player he is, you just need him to be able to continue to shoot three-pointers if you have these other guys on the team around him. Jimmy Butler, again, I wouldn't be excited about as much experience and big-time performances that he's capable of, but coming off the torn ACL. But it's then if they can bring Draymond, it's just like you can't beat that experience. You don't.
Oh, no.
So here is the thing. If Golden State does this and they form this unction, as we keep calling it, as I keep seeing online, and I love the term, and so I'm running with it. Like, they have to avoid San Antonio and Oklahoma City in the first round. They would have to get, assuming OKC and San Antonio are the 1 and 2 seeds, which anything can happen, but that was the most likely scenario. They have to get between the 3 and the 6, because you can't avoid both of those teams for 2 rounds. So you get between the 3 and the 6 seed, and I think they can beat basically anybody else if they have this team. If Golden State forms this team, they could beat anybody not named OKC or San Antonio in the first round.
Agreed.
But then if you play them in the second round, like you said, these teams are young, man. And the playoffs are a young man's game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, at that point, are they just too old to go through an entire 82-game regular season, a playoff series, and then have to win in a second-round playoff series, which could be a 6 or 7-game series against the physicality, the youth, the speed, and the athleticism of OKC and San Antonio? I'd find it hard to believe, injuries notwithstanding. So, again, I would tend to think it's probably a waste of time for Golden State, but at this point, the Warriors are kind of already just playing out these last 2 years of Steph and Steve Kerr, and if they do bring Draymond back. So it's like, why not just say, screw it, man, and see what we can do here? But like you said, the drawback is if you trade for Anthony Davis, you now are probably giving up the guy you just took at 11 in Yaxel Lendabor. You're giving up Pajemski, and you might be giving up a draft pick.
And the reason, if I'm the Wizards, I'm interested in dealing Anthony Davis to Golden State, especially, Pat, those first-round draft picks from Golden State 3, 4, 5 years from now, they're going to look really good, man, because the Warriors are not be a good basketball team. Look, I understand what the Warriors are trying to do. You're trying to squeeze every ounce out of Steph Curry as you can. You're trying to maximize his window because he could be the greatest player that organization ever has in any of our lifetimes. He's one of the greatest players ever. So I totally understand it from their perspective, and they're trying to go all in. But like you said, Pat, it's just a young man's game. And San Antonio and Oklahoma City, I mean, the Spurs in their first run with Wemby, they go all the way to the finals. OKC's already showed the ability to win a championship as well. And let's be real, like, when we created this super team in the NBA, it all started with that Boston Big Three of Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, and Garnett. They won a title. Then it was LeBron, it was Wade, and it was Bosh. They won a title. Ever since that, Pat, whether it's been all these teams that Durant's tried to go to, and I know he went to the Warriors and it worked out, but ever since that, whether it was Brooklyn, whether it was Phoenix or whatnot, whether it was James Harden trying to go, whether it was Paul George trying to go to the Clippers with Kawhi Leonard, anytime you've had to deal with a player that has these big question marks around them, it never works. If it's Kyrie, if it's Harden, if it's Durant, whatever it may be, whatever scenario it may be, it just never works. Kawhi Leonard, it never works with these guys where you're just like all these question marks. And Anthony Davis, like you said, is one of the biggest question marks in the league, and he has been for the last 5 years. So on paper, it looks good. In theory, it's a whole lot of fun. We know how much LeBron and Steph love playing with each other. We got a glimpse of it at the Olympics. It was incredible. It would be cool to see for a season. But in reality, Pat, through 82 games, through the postseason, they're going to have injuries. And what makes San Antonio and OKC so good, those teams can withstand them. The Warriors are going to rely so much on those 4 guys to carry them. And the reality that you're not going to have all 4 of those guys for a playoff run every single night. It's just not going to happen. So I agree with you. First round, they can beat anybody named San Antonio, Oklahoma City. But would I ever bet them to win the West? Would I ever bet them to win the finals if all of this comes together? I would not.
310-840-4910. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. All right, let's get to some of your phone calls here. By the way, Germany and Paraguay are about to start penalty shootout for a round of 16 spot on the line. But let's get to some of your phone calls here on these rumors about LeBron and Anthony Davis potentially heading to Golden State. Let's go to Bert, who's in Baltimore. Next up on BetMGM tonight. Bert is online.
What's up, gentlemen? How are we doing today?
Doing good, bro. How are you?
Great. I'm great. I just got home from work, and I'm hearing all this, and this is my gut reaction. Pat, you think I know a little bit about ball? Did I nail the Knicks this playoffs?
You did.
I nailed Jalen Brunson. I said the Spurs are too young, yada, yada, yada. Golden State.
Yep, you were spot on, brother.
If Golden State puts this together, you are again talking about grown bleeping men beating up small children. I will not only bet on the Warriors to win the NBA Finals next year, I'll bet my house on it.
Whoa!
Wow! Bert coming in hot.
For the Warrior, you're not worried about their age. You think they'd be better than OKC and San Antonio, Bert?
You ever watch a 40-year-old play on the playground against this skinny little bony 18, 19, or 20-year-old? These are grown men. They'll know how to manage. Coaching staff will know how to manage them. Who cares? They could finish 500 in the regular season. It won't matter. They'll need to win 16 games in the playoffs, and they will.
Wow. That is a bold take, Bert. We appreciate the call, man.
Love it.
That is
Absolutely.
a bold
Thanks,
take.
guys.
And here's the thing, PJ, would it actually be better if they got a 7 or an 8 seed and they got to play OKC or San Antonio round 1? Would that give them the best chance of beating one of those teams? But even if they do or they don't, like, you would most likely have to beat both of those teams in successive rounds to get to the NBA Finals and then win against whoever comes out of the East. Like, there's one thing about growth. Like, look at San Antonio. Like, yeah, he's probably talking about Wemby, who yes, he kind of gassed out, and I don't think he was physically strong enough for the finals, or he just wasn't good enough. The experience was it. But, like, Dylan Harper, Stephon Castle, they might be 20, 19, 21 years old. Those guys are strong. Those guys are grown men.
And they don't play like it.
The Knicks
they don't play like their age.
Beat up the Spurs. San Antonio just did not know how to hold a lead. So I disagree with that sentiment from Bert.
I do. I understand where he's coming from. You can't argue the experience. I mean, there's just, and like he said, I mean, it's 40-year-old men, late 30-year-old men going up against early 20-year-old men. But, like, I mean, I was impressed watching San Antonio go up against Memphis, man, or against Minnesota, Pat, with, Gobert and Randall and Edwards. I mean, you got some veteran players on that team, Mike Conley, and San Antonio punched back. They beat them in 6. Then you went up against the defending champions in Oklahoma City. And again, even though the Thunder are a younger team, for the Spurs to go through their first playoff series and win the West was super impressive. Now, to Bert's point, when San Antonio went up against the Knicks, a veteran group like that, we all saw what Cat did to Wemby in the first couple games of the series. Now, Wemby responded in the next few games, and Cat certainly didn't dominate games 3, 4, and 5 like he did in 1 and 2. But yeah, I mean, on paper, again, it all sounds great. But Pat, I don't trust those 4 guys to stay healthy, man, especially Anthony Davis. I could understand trusting Steph. I could understand trusting LeBron. I could get there with Draymond. Anthony Davis, I cannot get there. I cannot get there. So if you're somebody like Bert, I would wait. Again, I would be more intrigued by Golden State if all this comes together, if these guys are healthy going into the playoffs. But if we get this notification that AD is traded on July 2nd, LeBron signs on July 3rd, like I'm not betting this on July 4th. There's just no way I'm trusting this team this far out. That would be my concern, is can they stay healthy through the 82 and then have enough left to get it over the finish line? But you bring up an interesting point. Like, would you almost want them to be a 7 or 8 seed and play in OKC or San Antonio in the first round? I don't think that's a terrible theory or terrible idea.
We're going to get to another call here in just a second, but penalties have begun. And PJ, wouldn't you know it? Kai Havertz, who scored the game-tying goal for Germany, steps up first and has his penalty saved by Paraguay. And then it is Mauricio for Paraguay who goes first for them, and he scores. So through one round, it's 1-0 Paraguay. Again, penalties, normally 5 rounds, but if it is decided before that, like if Germany misses 3 in a row and Paraguay makes 3 in a row, it's over. So it's 5 at the most before you get to sudden death. Germany misses the first. Paraguay makes the first. Germany was more than minus 700 as a favorite to just advance to the next round, and they are now in big-time danger. Yep. Although their second penalty taker is Joshua Kimmich, a longtime midfielder, and he makes his. So Germany 1 for 2, Paraguay 1 for 1. If Paraguay makes their penalties the rest of the way, they're going through. So Germany's going to need Manuel Neuer to come up with a big save here. Otherwise, we'll have the biggest shock of the tournament, and we'll have one of the top 6, top 7 favorites get knocked out here in the round of 32. All right, next up for Paraguay is Gustavo Gomez, and he makes it. So Paraguay 2 for 2, Germany 1 for 2. The Germans are going to need a save. All right, let's get to another phone call here real quick before we get to a break. 310-840-4910. Johnny, next up in Atlanta here on BetMGM tonight. Johnny, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, Pat? Hey, the NBA is on the phone with Washington right now saying, hey, if you make that trade, the ping pong fall in your favor again. So that's my conspiracy theory. I don't know. But my take on this, it really doesn't matter. They cannot run with San Antonio, OKC, and don't forget Minnesota got some powerhouse too. So it doesn't matter. You can have all the old people on that same team, but half of them don't even play defense no more. So it really don't change. It really don't push the Golden State in their favor at all. It's just something to sell tickets. That's my take on it.
And Johnny, that's a fair take, and I think that's probably the outlying opinion for a lot of folks, right? PJ, it's that like not that the NBA is forcing this to try to sell us a product, but it's like these guys are all in the last, couple of years of their career here. It's like, where is LeBron going to? The more I think about it, the more I think Cleveland maybe doesn't want LeBron, right? Because I think they're going to try to get an extension done with James Harden. Do they want LeBron? Like, if LeBron says, hey, I want to come there, does Cleveland really want him? Would they try to facilitate a sign and trade between LeBron and Jared Allen? Would LeBron willing to be able to take the mid-level exception, the veteran minimum, to join that team if they don't have space for him? So it kind of feels like it might be Golden State or nothing for LeBron. But then Shams did report, and Windhorst added in that like LeBron's not going to the Warriors unless they can make this trade for AD happen. But you got a bunch of guys, LeBron and AD, like where else are they winning if not to try to get together, form this unction, and see what they can do in the Western Conference?
Pat, another thing we have to remember about this too, LeBron's got 4 titles and Steph has 4 titles. Both of them would love to get number 5 together, and they definitely won another ring. And they probably feel like the best chance to do that is team up. But LeBron and probably Steph knows they have to go out and get Anthony Davis. So I think Jimmy's right. Maybe the NBA is like, hey, let's make this happen. Let's find a way to get Anthony Davis to Golden State. But the Wizards, for the first time in maybe ever, finally have a competent front office that knows what they're doing. And they're just not going to give Anthony Davis away. They're going to make sure they get a good return as Germany gets stopped again on a penalty kick, Pat. So if Paraguay just makes one of their final two, they're going through to the next round.
Stunner. It is a stunner of epic proportions. Germany, again, before the game started at BetMGM, they were more than a minus 700 favorite to qualify for the next round, to win the game no matter how it got done. At regular time, extra time penalties, more than minus 700 to advance, and they need a miracle now. They need to save 2 penalties in a row, and they need to make their next penalty. Paraguay, with this next kick, could knock out the Germans, the 2014 World Cup champions, who then didn't make it out of the group stage in 2018, didn't make it out of the group stage again in 2022. And now Germany is still alive because Paraguay just missed. Paraguay missed, but you still need Germany to make their next one and then save or make Paraguay miss another. So they still need a lot to happen. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the final result. We'll see if Germany gets knocked out or if they pull off a miracle. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Why not the Pittsburgh Penguins? Why not? Another team with a massive amount of cap space, a team that has plenty of draft assets to trade to Dallas for Robertson's rights if they'd like, and a few young players, up-and-coming young players around. But why not Jason Robertson to be in the same lineup with Sidney Crosby as Crosby's career winds down over the next several years? Robertson comes in, becomes the face of the Penguins franchise, and gets to play with Sidney Crosby. Look, I don't think there's a kid who's grown up playing hockey in the last 20 years who didn't wonder what it would be like to play with Ovechkin or Crosby at some point. Here would be your opportunity.
Well, it's a stunner. It's the upset of the tournament. The 2014 World Cup champions, Germany, gone, knocked out by the small South American country, Paraguay, who the USA crushed 4-1 in the first game of the World Cup. Paraguay wins it in penalties, and PJ, it was not without a roller coaster where Paraguay was up 3-2. All they needed to do was make one of their final two. They missed both of them, and Germany scored, descended into basically sudden death, where it's just 1-for-1. And in the first round of sudden death penalties, Jonathan Tah, who thought he had the game-winning goal in extra time, only for it to get called off because of a foul after a VAR check, smokes his penalty into the 13th row. And then Paraguay, on the third time of asking, hit their penalty. And as more than a 3-1 underdog to advance, Paraguay are going through to the round of 16, where they'll play either France or Sweden. And if you're a fan of France, you're feeling confident already that you play Sweden tomorrow. Now you got to be feeling like you just got a golden ticket, perhaps, to the quarterfinals, because Germany is gone. What a shocking upset.
I mean, just so good. Game of the tournament so far. Fantastic drama. Extra time. Germany thinks they're up 2-1. Guys holding the goalie. Comes back 1-1. Paraguay hanging on. And then we were talking about it, man. I mean, anytime in these type of games, you're a big favorite. You do not want the game going to penalty kicks, because it just all the pressure is on. And you could just feel it with Germany and the kicks that they were trying to make. Unreal job by Manuel Neuer to get it back to a sixth kicker to make it go 1-on-1. But that was just that was crazy, man. Great performance by Paraguay. Unbelievable win. And now they wait for France and Sweden winner, like you said. So congrats, you beat Germany, and now likely you got to play France in the next round.
Yeah, 310-840-4910. By the way, this from our friends at BetMGM. With the World Cup going on, we're talking about it. You get incredible game, incredible finish after incredible finish. 3 knockout games so far. The knockout stage began yesterday. 2 times, the first 2 games, Canada in the last minute gets the game winner. Brazil earlier gets the goal in the last minute to win. And then this one goes to penalties, and Paraguay knocks out Germany. You can go for a share of $10,000 each day of the world's game. For each day of the tournament, you can predict what will happen. If your total is the highest, you'll win a share of bonus bets. Excuse me. How to get this offer in 3 easy steps. 1, enter the world's game, $250,000 pick'em free-to-play game. 2, answer questions each day of the tournament to make predictions on what will happen. And 3, if you get the most picks right that day, you'll win a share of bonus bets. Again, it's free to play, and you can get a share of $250,000. So that's pretty great, and that's with our friends at BetMGM. So Paraguay going through. PJ, how about the game earlier this afternoon? Brazil-Japan. You and I ranked that as our second best game of the round of 32, and it lived up to it. Japan goes in front 1-0 in the 29th minute off of just a great finish on a shot that snuck into the bottom right corner from Kyoshi Sano. And then Brazil slowly but surely chipped away. They get a goal in the 56th minute from Casemiro of Man United on a header. And then in the 95th minute, after a terrible turnover from Japan, Gabriel Martinelli from Arsenal scores the game winner. Brazil survives. It would have been the latest of a series of bad losses for Brazil in major tournaments. And so now, was this just a really good Japan team that forced Brazil to really dig deep, or are there question marks about Brazil? Because let me remind you guys, Brazil has only won 1 major title since 2007. They won the World Cup in 2002. That was their last World Cup title, and that was a period of dominance for them. And they've got only 1 Copa America title, the tournament that gets played every, 3 or 4 years for all the countries in South America. They won that in 2019. They hadn't won it before since 2007. So 1 major title in the last 18 years for Brazil. Do you feel good about Brazil after this game, PJ, or do you feel like they're not in the same realm as the France and the Spains and the Argentinas of the world?
They're certainly not on the same realms of those top teams, but what I will say about Brazil, they've played really two quality teams in Morocco and Japan. Both teams very good defenses, both games tough, and they were the better team in both of those games. And what I loved about the matchup against Japan today, Pat, they fell down 1-0, like you were saying, in the 29th minute. And coming out of the second half, you just never know what you're going to get out of a team when they're favored to win the game, when you're as big of a soccer powerhouse as Brazil is, and they didn't blink, man. They came out and it was full-on attack, and they put the pressure on, and they were dominant in that second half. They deserved to win the game. It felt very different in the German game, even though Germany was dominating Paraguay for much of the game, second half, especially in the first extra time. You could just sense the anxiousness and the pressure, and they really weren't getting a lot of high danger chances, where it was the opposite with Brazil. I mean, if you were a Japan fan, you just must have been pins and needles watching that game, because Brazil was coming at them each and every way. They were getting great opportunities, and they were getting some bad breaks too, Pat. I mean, they had a couple of balls that hit the post that looked like they were going to go in, and they still didn't let it demoralize them, and they bounced back, and they found a way to win in the final minutes. So I was impressed with the resilience of Brazil. We all knew it would be a tough game. We all knew Japan would battle. It would likely go to extra time like it almost did. But for Brazil to be down 1-0 in that game, feeling all the pressure, and for them to respond the way that they did in the second half, to me was as impressive as anything. Because a lot of these top countries, as you know, they're not used to that, especially in those early rounds of the knockout stage. Rare that happens, and they were able to answer the bell. So that to me was impressive for Brazil.
Yeah, and the numbers back it up. I mean, the possession was 70% to 30%. Not that possession is everything, but you know, they dominated possession. 19 shots to 5 in favor of Brazil, and 7 to 2 in terms of shots on target. And what FIFA determines is called as a big chance, where you know, like, you're watching it, your eyes light up. That's probably the best way I can describe it, right? That's what they call a big chance, a one-on-one shot, or a shot that's unblocked or unmarked from inside 12 yards. Big chances. Brazil had 5. Japan had 0. So you mentioned they hit the post a couple of times. So Brazil probably was the deserved winner, but they were forced to really earn it. So I think that could serve them well in the next round, where they're going to play either Ivory Coast or Norway, and they'll be the favorite there. And then you're looking at a potential, if it goes chalk, you're looking at a potential semifinal or a potential quarterfinal with Brazil versus England. And if Brazil were to get past that, then you're looking at, if it goes chalk, Brazil, Argentina. So they're going to be favored again next round. And if England is able to get through the Congo and then either Mexico or Ecuador, that would be a hell of a quarterfinal game, Brazil versus England. But I always tend to think to fade Brazil because they have proven more often than not in recent years that they do not have that clutch gene. But they do have a new manager in Carlo Ancelotti. This is a guy that has won numerous Champions League titles. He was the manager of Real Madrid for several years. So he's one of the best managers in the world. Maybe he is the difference this year for Brazil. Germany's got themselves a hell of a manager in Julian Nagelsmann. He was the coach for Bayern Munich when they won a bunch of titles over the last couple of years. But Germany seems to be in the same pit of despair. You know, again, knocked out in the group stage each of the last 2 World Cups. They get knocked out in the round of 32 here by Paraguay. And in terms of the Euros, Germany has not made it past the quarterfinals since 2016. So they're another world powerhouse, one of the most successful teams of all time that have kind of hit rock bottom now with these last few major tournaments, the World Cup and the Euros. They haven't done anything.
They've struggled to kind of find that next core group, after the Mullers and the Schweinsteigers and Prime Neuer and Mesut Ozil and all those boys. I mean, it was them in Spain. Those two were just so loaded. And right now, like you said, Germany's going through a little bit of a rough patch. They're trying to find their new coach. They're trying to find their core guys, but it's just clearly not the same Germany team that we're accustomed to. And the comp to Brazil is a good one. 2 teams with the proud history, normally favorites in any tournament that they enter, but it just feels like they're lacking the star power, Pat. I mean, when you talk about the best players in the world, usually you got a couple on both of those rosters, and right now, they just obviously France is the standard, and Spain, what they're doing, and Argentina is loaded, and England's got a really good team. So another disappointing result in a major tournament for Germany.
310-840-4910. We will take your calls. We'll take your texts on anything World Cup. PJ and I are into it. We love it.
Yeah.
And even as somebody that, we're obviously rooting for USA, but as somebody that has nearly 50% of my blood Italian-American, and they were a disgrace and couldn't make the World Cup. For the couple of months leading up to this tournament, PJ, I was like, well, outside of USA, I don't care. Italy's not in it. But, these games have been unbelievable. So we hope that we're going to get another great one tonight. We're expecting it between Netherlands and Morocco. We'll preview that game in a little bit. But when we come back, we're going to talk some baseball. Schwarber keeps hitting home runs, and the Yankees get swept by the Sox. Is this the start of the June swoon for the Bronx Bombers? 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
John Lynch has not been the best general manager in football over the last several years, but I will say this. I will back John Lynch fully and unequivocally if he lets Brandon Ayuk just rot on the restricted list. This is ridiculous. You can't just go on social media every day and say that you're going to play for the Commanders when you're still technically under contract with the 49ers. You can't do that. That's not how it works. You don't get to just name what team you're playing for. You're not a free agent. I get it. The Niners don't want him anymore. As Lynch said, he's probably played his last snap for San Francisco. But unless the Commanders are willing to give me something of some consequence, I'm not just cutting this dude and letting him walk off to D.C. to play with his buddy Jaden Daniels. Oh, hell no. I'll give it to Stone Cold. No. I'm not going to just let him. No, you don't just get to go. You don't get to name your destination, Brandon Ayuk. It's getting to the point where it's kind of creepy, but more so just dumb. Just dumb. Without even the B. D-U-M. Dumb by Brandon Ayuk. But let's stop losing the forest for the trees here. Everybody in the WNBA has a visceral hatred for Caitlin Clark, despite the fact that Caitlin Clark's arrival on the scene is what helped them push for a new CBA, a massive increase in salaries, massive viewership, which helps push those rights fees and salaries farther up. Without Caitlin Clark, I wouldn't say there's no WNBA. It's existed for 2 decades now. But without Caitlin Clark, the WNBA is not nearly as close to the average sports fan's radar as it is right now in this moment. And yet Caitlin Clark gets a hand to the neck, gets kicked occasionally, smacked occasionally. And again, she's not the only person who receives a little physical punishment in sports. But she receives all of this, and the one person, the one star who has helped make the NBA, who has made the WNBA what it is right now, is Caitlin Clark. And that Alyssa Thomas transgression draws a 1-game suspension? Number one, the Detroit Lions. Absolutely. Amon-Ra, Jameson Williams. I would put those two right there, just a hair behind Chase and Higgins. Maybe right there with Chase and Higgins as the best duo behind Lamb and Pickens. If we were just doing duos, it would be Lamb, Pickens, and then it would be probably a tie at number 2 between Chase, Higgins, and St. Brown and Williams. But again, I'm not ranking duos. I'm ranking wide receiver groups. And you got to add in Isaac Tesla, who was a red zone machine for the Lions last.
All righty, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. The phone number to join, 310-840-4910. Still trying to process what just happened. Paraguay knocks out Germany in penalties in the World Cup. They're going on to the round of 16. The Germans, third straight disappointing result in as many World Cups since they won it in 2014 and denied Leo Messi a title. The Germans have gotten sent home in the group stage, and now the round of 32. We're going to get into this Netherlands-Morocco game in a bit. That's kicking off at 9 p.m. Eastern. That is going to be a hell of a game. But let's talk a little baseball here. Now, PJ, I don't want to be overly critical of the New York Yankees because I like the 8 or 10 times that I get asked to do post-game shows for them throughout the year. But, man, that was about as pathetic as it gets. The weekend in Boston, getting swept by the Red Sox. The Yankees barely could score a run. They scored 9 runs across the entire weekend, and it was 3 straight games with 3 hits or less. Sonny Gray had a no-hitter going into the 8th inning yesterday, and the Yankees found a way to miraculously rally for 2 in the 9th, and then they went ahead 4-2 in the 10th. And they still couldn't hold on as they lose. 4-game sweep at the hands of the Sox. Aaron Judge still on the IL. Stanton still on the IL. The Yankees every year have that June, July swoon where all of a sudden they're one of the best teams in Major League Baseball, and then they nosedive. I'm starting to worry that this might be the time where it's going to happen for the Yanks with Judge on the injured list. What do you think? Is this just a one-off? Was this just the Red Sox? It's baseball, or are you concerned about the Yankees here?
Well, a couple things. I think first, it's just the June swoon that Yankees fans have become accustomed to with Boone as manager. They kind of go through these lulls just about every summer with the Yankees. The other thing, Pat, I saw a stat today. I'm not sure you're aware of this. Since 2008, when the Yankees play the Red Sox in Fenway in the month of June, the Yankees are 1-18 against Boston. How about that? 1-18 in the month of June against the Red Sox in Fenway. So I don't really think there's much you can take away. They always go through a losing streak in June. They quite literally can never beat the Red Sox when they play them in Fenway in the month of June. So if anything, we just should all bet Boston. And I'm definitely keeping that one in the back of my mind for next year if these teams play.
Set a reminder.
In June. Yeah, I'm going to put it on the calendar. Absolutely crazy when I saw that stat. The thing the Yankees have going for them is how bad the American League is. And we've talked about it all season. Tampa and New York have been the only two teams that have been able to separate themselves from everybody else. You're probably going to get somebody in the playoffs from the American League who finishes below 500. Luckily for them, they have a lot of breathing room. They can afford to have stretches like this where they really struggle and they get swept, but they're going to be fine. Their pitching's still really good. Their lineup is going to get healthy. But yeah, right now they're just going through a little bit of a stretch. But whenever you're playing 162, it's going to happen. And the Yankees seemingly do this every year. So no big takeaways for me. If they're playing in the National League and some of these other divisions are trying to battle for the wild card race, you can't really afford too many weeks like this. But when you're playing in the American League with how jumbled up it is and how many teams you have battling for a wild card spot that don't even have a record above 500, the Yankees I think they'll be okay.
A lot of people were freaking out. I wasn't, because I was able to easily find the game. But a lot of people were freaking out because yesterday you had the end of the Travelers golf tournament that went to a playoff, or was going to a playoff, between Scotty Scheffler and Victor Hovland, which Hovland ended up winning this morning. But the Red Sox-Yankee game, the start of it got bumped by NBC, who stuck with the coverage of the Travelers and forced the Yankees and the Sox to peacock. And so a lot of people were freaking out about that. I don't know. It's like you had the final hole of a golf. It's not a major, but like, I don't know. If it wasn't Yankees Sox, it wouldn't have been a big deal. So I wasn't freaking out about it. And the Yankees are my team.
It would have been interesting too if Scheffler wasn't involved. Would they have made the switch? You know what I mean? Like if it was like two golfers that the average person doesn't know, they probably make the switch. But you're talking about world number one, the second most popular golfer on the planet behind Rory. Obviously, if you disclose Tiger right now actively playing, Rory and Scotty. And it was an elevated event. The Travelers is a big event on the PGA Tour. Victor Hovland's a top player, so it made sense. It's June in baseball. I get it's Yankees, Red Sox, but this is the dog days. You just came off of the U.S. Open, which was on NBC. They want to keep the golf
and the Red Sox
going.
stink.
Right. So I had no problem with it.
310-840-4910. We'll get back to some baseball conversation in a bit, but when we return, we're going to talk to Keith Smith, contributor to Spot Track and the NBA front office show. We're going to ask him about all the rumors going on right now in the NBA. That's coming up next right here on BetMGM tonight.
Number one, the Detroit Lions. Absolutely. Amon-Ra, Jamison Williams. I would put those two right there, just a hair behind Chase and Higgins. Maybe right there with Chase and Higgins as the best duo behind Lamb and Pickens. If we were just doing duos, it would be Lamb, Pickens, and then it would be probably a tie at number two between Chase, Higgins, and St. Brown and Williams. But again, I'm not ranking duos. I'm ranking wide receiver groups. And you got to add in Isaac Tesla, who was a red zone machine for the Lions last year.
It feels like the breakup is upon us because we've been hearing about, is Jaylen Brown going somewhere for years now? I mean, go back to that potential deal with the Nets for KD. I mean, that was 3 or 4 years ago. It's like, is Jaylen Brown going to be a part of it? There's got to be something going on behind the scenes in that it can work with Brown and Tatum. We've seen it. They won a title. Jaylen Brown's a finals MVP. But it feels like, Chris, he wants to be the guy. And he can never, ever be the guy in Boston with Tatum. It's never going to happen. So if he really wants to be that dude, he's going to have to be that dude somewhere else. So, no, I'm not surprised. At this point, given all the smoke around a potential deal, it feels like something is going to happen. And you're always going to wonder, how did it get to the point that it got? Because it was kind of rocky, and they always seem to bring it back. I actually think they could run it back and still have success, but there's been so much talk about where Jaylen Brown's going to go, and so much of it is not Boston, which leads you to believe that something's really going to happen this time. I immediately went, uh-oh, because you and I had the same thought. I went, oh boy, LaMelo. I just feel like Charlotte was kind of waiting for this moment to get something in return, and there were a whole lot of ups and downs in the LaMelo experience. And the second they felt like they got a solid return, especially on that deal, boom, gone. So. Could it work in Minnesota? Could LaMelo and Ant find a way together and catch their rhythm? Yeah, I think it could. Would I bet on it? No.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser, the Glass Man, filling in for Brad Evans. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Monday night extravaganza starts right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. And you can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We'll get back to your phone calls and your texts in just a bit. If you want to join the line, you can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Just waiting on confirmation that we've got our guy Keith Smith here. We are going to be chatting with him in just a bit. But PJ, in the meantime, you and I are all over this World Cup right now, man. I mean, we were talking about it Friday. I was on vacation in Spain when the World Cup group stage really started to pick up. It was only just a couple of days that it had started when I went to Spain for that 9-day wedding and vacation, and coming back home and seeing how much excitement there is in the States, watching our, Fox, our local broadcast coverage of it versus I was watching it in Spain and it was all about Spain. And, the games aren't easily accessible. And I was obviously in the hotel room, but like seeing how big this tournament has gotten here. And we've only started the business end of it in an expanded tournament. So you got a whole extra round and extra 16 games of knockout soccer. It's been incredible. And these first 3 knockout games, Canada getting a winner in the 93rd minute, Brazil getting a winner in the 95th minute, and Paraguay knocking out Germany in penalties just moments ago. This has been one hell of a World Cup to remember. And the best part, Team USA's got a legit shot to make a deep run.
After watching what Paraguay just looked like against Germany, you got to be excited, Pat, about the USA.
You're damn right. You're damn right. All right, let's get to our guest line here and let's talk some hoops. And let's bring in Keith Smith, a contributor to Spot Track and the NBA Front Office Show. You can find him on Twitter at Keith Smith NBA. A lot of rumors flying, a lot of trades going down, especially one today. I'm going to ask you about it in a second, but Keith, it's Pat and PJ. Thanks for joining us, man. How you doing? Is Keith there? Keith? Let's make sure we'll see if we have the phone volume or the phone pot all the way up here. Combs is telling me in our show chat, Keith is good to go. All right, stand by for just a moment. A slight technical difficulty. But
I'm excited. Pat, I'm excited to hear what Keith has. Obviously, a lot to talk about. Jaylen Brown, Ja Morant, Anthony Davis rumors. I want to ask him about the draft we just had, all these great players. And then, we got Giannis, LaMelo. There's so many things going on right now in the NBA. So we're so caught up in World Cup, MLB. But this is a great time of the year in the NBA. We all love the silly season with all the moves going on. And we got a lot happening. Keith is all over it. So when we get a chance to talk to him, excited to see what he's listening and maybe what could be some of the moves that we have upcoming here.
Yeah, so we're hopefully going to have Keith with us here in the next minute or so. We actually might have him. We might have him right now. Let's see if we've got Keith here on the line. Keith, what's going on, man? How you doing? All right, looks like we have the phone is down for the moment and our in the Westwood One studio. So we're gonna effort to patch up a little technical difficulties. No problem. We'll have Keith Smith with us here in just a minute or two. And this is a guy that, again, contributor to Spot Track. For those of you that are unfamiliar, Spot Track, the contract website, breaks down all the front office dealings and doings and what a team's salary cap situation looks like. So with a bunch of rumors flying and how this trade would work and how this free agency move could work, like Keith, there's not a lot of people better to talk to right now than Keith. And again, he's a contributor to the NBA Front Office Show. So I'm very excited. I can't wait to ask him about all the dealings that are going down here as NBA free agency is going to officially begin in just over 24 hours. PJ, let me ask you real quick here. What's more likely, or what do you think happens first? I guess I got to ask you the same question. What's more likely, Anthony Davis trade to the Warriors or Jaylen Brown trade to the Blazers?
Oh, I'll go Anthony Davis to the Warriors, I would say. Jaylen Brown, I still think gets dealt, but because the Blazers made their move, I would say it's less likely they make another. So I'll say AD to the Warriors would be my guess.
Okay. All right. We have Keith Smith with us here on the line now, contributed to Spot Track and the NBA Front Office Show. You can find him on Twitter at Keith Smith NBA. Keith, it's Pat and PJ. Thanks so much for joining us, man. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Look, man, this is one of the best times of the year. The finals only wrapped up, 2 weeks ago, and here we go. Rumors and trades and all these different reports flying. So let's ask you about the one that just went down here about an hour and a half ago. Ja Morant traded to Portland. Memphis has now effectively disassembled their core from a few years ago, trading Ja Morant, Desmond Bane, and Jaren Jackson Jr. The Grizz get back Jeremy Grant and Chris Murray. So I'll say, Keith, your initial thoughts are what after seeing this trade go down?
Yeah, we've been expecting a Ja Morant trade to come for quite some time now, and it finally was able to come through. The Grizzlies were not able to find a deal at the
trade deadline, and they were able to really find a deal today that it's kind of a meh return. Like, it's Jeremy Grant's fine, but he's not anything that you're gonna be running out to get his jersey at the team store or anything like that if you're a Grizzlies fan. So I think we're really in a place now where for Memphis, they're fully starting over, and that's around Cameron Boozer and Zach Edey and Cedric Howard and Jalen Wells. This is a full rebuild now for the Grizzlies.
And Keith, with all these guards now that Portland has, adding Ja Morant to the mix, you got Dame, you got Drew Holiday, you got Denny that can handle the ball, Shaedon Sharpe, Scoot Henderson. A lot of people are expecting them to make another move to potentially bring in another guy. Do you agree that the Blazers aren't done? And if they do make another deal, do you think it's a big swing? Or is it maybe, a veteran piece kind of here or there to round out the lineup around John Denny?
Yeah, I do think they'll make another deal. You can't go into the season with Damian Lillard, Ja Morant, Drew Holiday, Scoot Henderson, Shaedon Sharpe. There's just not enough minutes to go around. That's, a couple young guys that are still trying to get their careers established. Then you've got Holiday, Lillard, and Morant, high-paid guys that are going to want to play. So they've got to do something else. I think they'll try to do something big. They've been engaged on trading for Jaylen Brown for a while now. That's something that they could still do by pivoting to other players that'd be sent to Boston, because now you're trading from, all right, we've got a whole bunch of guards. You want a couple of them? If you're Boston, let's try to figure that out. So we'll see if that's the direction that they ultimately go here with Portland by trading players and draft picks. But they're definitely going to do something. Barring a big trade, there'll be some other kind of roster balancing type move made.
So, Keith, obviously the Ja Morant deal is something that got done. Something that people probably want to see get done, and one of the big hypotheticals out there right now is all this smoke around Anthony Davis and LeBron, potentially the Warriors trading for AD, LeBron then signing with Golden State, and them forming this big four alongside Steph and Draymond. What have you kind of been hearing? And do you think that this is realistic, that Golden State can pull this off? I guess what percent, Keith, if you had to throw out a number, do you think that this actually gets done where AD and LeBron join the Warriors, if you had to throw out a number?
Yeah, I would have said it was realistic earlier, but now my number is going to be 0, because they've reportedly agreed to re-sign Kristaps Porzingis to a 2-year, $40 million deal. So that's going to basically take them out of range. They won't be able to use the full non-taxpayer mid-level exception unless Draymond Green's coming back at some kind of laughably team-friendly contract, which I wouldn't assume is going to be the thing. So now we're in a position where I think for Golden State, it looks like they're more going to run it back with moves around the edges than doing any of the big stuff. And maybe that's because they got a sense of, all right, hey, this AD thing's not going to happen, and if we don't have AD, LeBron doesn't want to come, but we'll see. But with them locking into this new agreement with Kristaps Porzingis, it's extremely unlikely we're going to see any other kind of big trade made by the Warriors.
We're talking to Keith Smith here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. And Keith is a contributor to Spot Track in the NBA Front Office Show. You can find him on Twitter at Keith Smith NBA, asking him about the Ja Morant trade and all the big NBA rumors right now, with free agency officially beginning in just over a day, although already a couple of blockbuster trades, Giannis and LaMelo Ball, and now Ja Morant. So I'll ask you, Keith, like, what do you, I guess it would be just running it back, but is that Golden State's backup plan is if they don't pull off a trade for AD? Because as you said it, and according to a lot of reports and rumors, LeBron isn't going to go to Golden State unless they can pull off a trade for AD. So I guess it's Steph, Jimmy Butler once he comes back from his torn ACL, Kristaps Porzingis, and then they get a team-friendly deal with Draymond, and it's those 4 guys?
Yeah, I mean, that would be their big group. They're re-signing Al Horford as well, so he'll be back. I would assume they'll probably get something done to bring Gary Payton II back, maybe even Seth Curry. You're kind of waiting on Moses Moody to return. He's going to be probably on a similar-ish timeline to Jimmy Butler, as well as we'll have Brandon Pajemski. So it's probably going to look very similar. I mean, I would, at this point, I would take the AD stuff completely off the table. I just don't see any way that they're going to be able to get that done with Porzingis in the fold, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to start trading Jimmy Butler and then other draft assets in the like for Anthony Davis unless you're also getting LeBron James. Now, maybe they could get off enough money somewhere else to make the AD thing happen, but that just seems very unlikely. So I think we're in a position now with the Warriors where it's going to be, all right, it's going to look like this. And they'll say, too, they're looking forward to seeing what it looks like when they have Porzingis for a full season. What does it look like when they get Jimmy Butler back? Because just as that team was starting to kind of sort of come together, they had the injuries and guys got hurt and everything kind of fell apart on them. So I think they're looking forward to seeing what it looks like. And if nothing else, they're probably going to lock into money for another year or two for guys. And then that gives them a chance for a big, big reset of the entire thing if they want in another year or so.
Keith, Pat and I were talking about all these moves these Western Conference teams are trying to make. Portland today with Ja. You had Minnesota pick up LaMelo Ball earlier this week. Golden State's throwing out this stuff that, as we've been talking, they want to try and get Anthony Davis and LeBron because of how good Oklahoma City is in San Antonio. Do you feel like the gap is still bigger between those two teams and everybody else in the West? Or do you think it's actually bigger with the Knicks and the Celtics and the other teams in the East right now?
I think it's still probably bigger with those two in the West. The John Morant trade, it sounds nice, but what are you doing with a John Morant and Damian Lillard backcourt? Like, you're not going to be able to stop anybody. Those guys don't play any defense, so that's going to be tough. And we haven't seen Damian Lillard play in a year. It's been not much more than that for John Morant. So there's a lot of open questions with that Portland team. I'm not going to put a whole lot really into them. Denver looks like they're retooling in a pretty big way. So they're a team that we're going to have to see, try to figure some stuff out here. Minnesota looks like they're going to be fun, but they need to add a lot of depth. They need to add size. So there's a lot of question marks behind the Spurs and the Thunder who are just kind of going about their business. The Thunder are basically going to run it back with mostly the same team with a couple nice draft picks. Spurs added a couple big guys in the draft. They've got everything kind of in place that they need. And then the East, the Knicks, right now they're the champs. Absolutely, we're going to give them every bit of respect for that. But Boston's going to be there. You're still going to see Detroit making a run at them. I think Indiana's going to be back in the fold this year. Cleveland is trying to do what they can to get better. Toronto's talking about going out and getting Kawhi Leonard. That could be an interesting place there. And then you got, if Miami can put the right depth kind of around Bam Adebayo and Giannis Antetokounmpo, they'll be pretty good. Washington should be a better team. So I think the East is really starting to build up and look pretty good.
We're talking to Keith Smith here on BetMGM tonight. He's a contributor to Spot Track and the NBA Front Office Show. Make sure you give him a follow on Twitter at Keith Smith NBA. Keith, just to get the spotlight back on LeBron here, what happens if he doesn't go to Golden State then? Like, is it Cleveland? Because I can't personally see a scenario where LeBron James heads back to LA. So is he waiting to see what happens with James Harden? He just declined his player option today, but the thought is that they're going to try to get a long-term extension done with the Cavs. So, like, where does LeBron end up in all of this? What do you think happens to him?
Yeah, we're going to see. I have kind of done, the whole tour here with LeBron of, all right, I think he's done in LA. Then it was, all right, I think he might actually return back to the Lakers. And then it looked like, all right, well, Golden State's gearing up to make these moves. Cleveland's still kind of floating out there. The problem for the Cavs is they're just so expensive still, even with this, James Harden opt-out, and then he's going to resign. They've got to kind of work around some stuff. They're going to make a deal to bring LeBron back to Cleveland. I still think there's a good chance we just ultimately see him back in Los Angeles. Now, what'll drive that is the Lakers are reportedly going to meet with Jalen Duren, who's a restricted free agent. If they're going to get anything going there, they're going to have to clear cap space. And part of that move to clear cap space means letting LeBron's free agents rights go. Now, they could structure things in a way where it's, all right, we cleared enough cap space to make a run at Duren, and we're going to get that done, and then we'll bring LeBron back later. But it's definitely still going to be an open question, for sure, of how they ultimately pull this off with LeBron and what the Lakers look like on the backside.
Keith, we had the NBA draft last week in Brooklyn. We all know how loaded this class is. You got a lot of really good potential players. Which guy do you think is going to have the most impactful rookie year? I guess which guy would be your pick to win Rookie of the Year at this point?
Yeah, it's always tough because, some of the guys at the top, sometimes they land in a spot where they may not get the most shots and minutes and the ability to put up the most stats. Like A.J. DeBonta right now looks like he's headed into a really great spot to develop in Washington, but there's a lot of guys on that Wizards team. Utah has a lot of guys that we're going to have to see what it looks like with Darren Peterson in that group. So for sure, I think we're in a place where, let's see. Cam Boozer's got a pretty open runway. I think he's going to get a lot of minutes and a lot of playing time, and I think he's going to have a chance. Same with Caleb Wilson in Chicago. But my guy might be Darius Akoff. If the Kings really pivot towards a rebuild, Akoff's going to be given every shot he wants, every opportunity to be a playmaker, all the minutes he can handle, and he's a guy who could put up big numbers. And often in Rookie of the Year voting, it comes down to who put up the best stats, not always just, what was their impact on winning, because a lot of people don't expect rookies to drive winning. So I would go with either Akoff or Boozer. I think those are the top two choices.
That's a good answer. I love Darius Akoff, and I think the Nets are going to regret not picking him and going Michael Brown Jr. instead. We're talking to Keith Smith here on BetMGM tonight. He's a contributor to Spot Track, and he's a co-host of the NBA Front Office Show, which is also a podcast. Make sure you check that out. Now, Keith, I was just looking at the at Spot Track right now, and I love looking at it. The multi-year salary cap table to see. All right, what is this team planning to do? What potential trades could they make here? You mentioned the Kawhi Leonard trade talks between the Raptors and the Clippers. Toronto maybe bringing back a guy that won them a title 7 years ago. I'm just trying to think what a trade would look like, because for the most part, you kind of have to get the salaries close in today's NBA, right? You kind of have to match the salaries as best as you can. And the only two guys on Toronto's roster that are even close to the $50 million that Kawhi is getting is Scotty Barnes and Brandon Ingram. And I can't imagine the Raptors are going to go 10 years older with Kawhi and give up Scotty Barnes, who is, in my opinion, their franchise player. So could it be Brandon Ingram going back to the Clippers, or do they maybe piece two guys together, Emmanuel Quickley and maybe a Jakob Poeltl? If you had to take a stab at what a Kawhi Leonard trade could look like between the Raptors and the Clippers, how do you think that one might shake out?
Yeah, it could be Brandon Ingram. That's been one of the things that's been out there, is Brandon Ingram, and then throw in Grady Dick's contract just to match salary, and that gets you close enough to Kawhi's number that you can get it done. Sounds like the Clippers had been more interested in maybe trying to get R.J. Barrett in the trade. I think that's because he's on an expiring contract, and for the Clippers, they're trying to set up to have a ton of cap space in the coming years. So they've been talking about R.J. Barrett, Grady Dick, and then you throw in, maybe one other younger players like Jacoby Walter or somebody like that, and that would put them in a position to, kind of make a run in a year or two in LA after they clear out some of these salaries. So we'll see, if that's how it comes together. The challenge that has been coming out of Toronto is they don't know that Kawhi Leonard and Brandon Ingram are going to be really compatible to play together. So that's why they would prefer to move Ingram. But then it comes down to, does LA want to take on that $42 million player option for next year, knowing Ingram's very likely to opt into that? Where do they want to go? Or can they find a third team to spin Ingram off to that would make more sense for them?
Yeah, and that's a tough predicament right there for the Raptors and the Clippers both to make. Finally, Keith, how realistic at this point, in your opinion, is a Jaylen Brown trade? Is it more likely Boston hangs on to him and tries to firm up that relationship? Because I got to imagine it's got to be a bit fractured right now for Jaylen Brown, hearing he's been dangled in all these rumors. And I know that he is Mr. State Your Source, but usually when there is smoke, there is fire. So I guess, again, at this point, how realistic do you think is a Jaylen Brown trade?
There's a good chance he's going to get traded. It seems like that's pretty close to, something happening there. What it is, I don't know. Boston has been kind of canvassing the league and taking in offers for Jaylen Brown. So they're really, I think, kind of looking at, all right, can we get into a position where, all right, can we get draft picks and win now players? That's the difficult needle that the Celtics are trying to thread here. They don't want to rebuild. They've got Jason Tatum. They've got other guys, Derek White, Peyton Pritchard, other guys who can really play. So they're looking to kind of let's retool this thing on the fly so we can get out and try to compete again for a championship. So trading Jaylen Brown, though, if they're looking for draft picks and win now players, what we may end up seeing is this turns into a multiple team trade where the Celtics take whatever they get back as far as players in draft picks if they're younger or they're like you said picks. You could turn around and trade those in a multiple team trade to a third team where they get the more experienced veteran win now options on the roster. So this is going to be one that's going to be worth watching here over the next week or so.
Got it. Great stuff, Keith. We appreciate the insight and all of your answers, man. It was really good to have you. And let's see, things are going to heat up here in the next 48 to 72 hours. So enjoy it, and can't wait to chat with you soon, man. Thanks so much.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much for having me.
There you go, Keith Smith. Make sure you follow him on Twitter at Keith Smith NBA. He's a contributor to Spot Track, which you should absolutely be using if you're a fan of sports. If you like, try to guess what a team is doing, get a landscape of what their salary cap is looking like, and you want to try to predict what the next trade will be, or if you're just a front office type nerd, which, I mean, that's part of the reason of being a sports fan, right? When we're trying to figure out what these teams are doing and what they could be building here. So Keith is one of the main contributors to Spot Track and also co-hosted the NBA Front Office show where they talk about all the stuff that we just threw at him. So we really appreciate his time. 310-840-4910. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we get you some baseball scores because it's a pretty busy Monday night. And we'll also get you set for Morocco and Netherlands. Big game in the World Cup coming up at the top of the hour. But we're also going to talk about day one of Wimbledon. Not a lot of upsets, but a couple of near massive ones. So we'll talk some tennis as well when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Why not the Pittsburgh Penguins? Why not? Another team with a massive amount of cap space, a team that has plenty of draft assets to trade to Dallas for Robertson's rights if they'd like, and a few young players, up-and-coming young players around. But why not Jason Robertson to be in the same lineup with Sidney Crosby as Crosby's career winds down over the next several years? Robertson comes in, becomes the face of the Penguins franchise, and gets to play with Sidney Crosby. Look, I don't think there's a kid who's grown up playing hockey in the last 20 years who didn't wonder what it would be like to play with Ovechkin or Crosby at some point. Here would be your opportunity. John Lynch has not been the best general manager in football over the last several years, but I will say this. I will back John Lynch fully and unequivocally if he lets Brandon Ayuk just rot on the restricted list. This is ridiculous. You can't just go on social media every day and say that you're going to play for the Commanders when you're still technically under contract with the 49ers. You can't do that. That's not how it works. You don't.
Yeah, it's probably the smart play.
Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. The number to join the show, 310-840-4910. BetMGM players will receive a Wimbledon Odds Boost token. To use the token, add any Wimbledon wager to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your bet that was made with the Odds Boost token, you will receive extra winnings and unrestricted bonus dollars. Day one in the books at the All England Lawn Tennis and Croquet Club, or it's whatever the hell they call it, the full name. Day one at Wimbledon's in the books, Paige. Really no big upsets to speak of. Like, I think the highest seed on the men's side to get knocked out was both Casper Ruud and Andre Rublev, and not a surprise with Casper Ruud. He's a French. Not French. The Norwegian. Loves the clay, hates playing on grass, never does well on the grass, always gets sent home early in Wimbledon. So not a big surprise there. 14 seed Luciano Darderi. He's another clay court first player. He got knocked out by the American Ethan Quinn. And then Rublev, he's just not been that great this year. So he was seeded 12. He got knocked out by a qualifier, fellow Russian Roman Safwilin, who has a very high ceiling, is very inconsistent, but brought the goods. And so you got three, seeds between 10 and 14 got knocked out, but really that was about it. We'll get to the women's side in a bit, but we nearly had two massive upsets, PJ. World number one, Yannick Sinner, who prior to the tournament was about minus 170 on BetMGM to win Wimbledon. Again, no Alcaraz with a wrist injury, also didn't play at the French Open. Sinner coming off of that shocking upset at the French Open where it was 100 degrees and he was one game away, and his body basically gave out, and then he got steamrolled the rest of the way by Juan Manuel Cerundolo, ranked in the 50s. Sinner nearly got sent packing in round one today, and the weather wasn't hot. It was like 75 at Wimbledon. He was on center court, and it's a retractable roof, so it's a little bit cooler even then when you're inside center court. And he had to come back from 2-1 down against Misha Kecmanovic, who again is a veteran. He's a pro, but it's a guy that's super inconsistent. It's a guy that normally is ranked between 40 and 60 at any given point throughout the year, and Sinner had to get it done in 5 sets. Now, it was pretty routine in the 4th and 5th set. He ended up winning 6-2, 6-3, but, is Yannick Sinner just no longer that unbeatable? Is he no longer invincible? Would you be picking him still to win the tournament after you watch today, or do you think, hey, the guy didn't play a single match on the grass in the lead up to Wimbledon, and he just had to shake the rust off?
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about Sinner, Pat. I don't know how you couldn't be, and the odds have been reflected. He is, he was minus 175 at BetMGM pre-tournament to win. Now he's down to minus 150. You normally never see that for the favorite. Number one player in the world. I think they dropped a great stat on the broadcast today when I was watching. I think this is the first #1 overall seed to play a 5-setter in the first round of his match at a major since like 2014. So you saw some pretty rare stuff today, even though he didn't lose. Normally, a player of Sinner's caliber does not get tested like he did. And after the early exit at the French when he was a big favorite, and now getting that scare today at Wimbledon, I think this could be another tournament where you look down the board a little bit. Now, when we had Danny Kleppinger on Friday, she made the case for Novak. And look, if anybody wants to bet Novak, I mean, I'll never talk you out of that, especially at Wimbledon. This is his favorite major. He's won it 7-8 times. He's arguably the GOAT. And he knows without Alcaraz and now Sinner looking a little vulnerable, this might be his best shot and his final shot to win it. And he also got a little bit of a scare today from Wu, but he bounced back nicely in the third set, took care of business in the fourth set. Pat, I mean, maybe this is just the Americans, man. Like Fritz, Shelton, both of those guys, interesting to me. Fritz at 11-1 and Shelton at 14-1. We'll see both. And
Fritz
of those
got a gift
tomorrow.
Just to jump in, PJ. Fritz got a gift today. Jack Draper pulled out of Wimbledon because apparently he picked up an injury in that tournament he played last week. So Fritz doesn't even have to play Jack Draper tomorrow. Now he's going to play Dusan Lajovic, who's a veteran clay court player. You crush him.
I was wondering why his odds dropped and he wasn't playing Draper anymore, because we were talking with Danny about what a ridiculous first round match that was. So okay, that makes sense. I mean, Fritz would probably be my play. He made the semifinals at Wimbledon a couple years ago. Big, tall, powerful player with a great serve. He's good on grass. Shelton, obviously, his game matches grass really well too, but I think Fritz would be my guy at 11-1. And again, Pat, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Maybe he's already getting the breaks, and that's telling you that maybe this is his tournament and he could do some damage getting that kind of fortune. I'm kind of off Sinner right now. Novak at that price and maybe one last hurrah is intriguing. But right now, I actually think I'm going to bet this at the break. I'm going to take a little flyer on the American, Taylor Fritz, 11-1.
Wow. Okay. I mean, I can't blame you for it, because if I'm not mistaken, Fritz is not on Sinner's side. So he's on Zverev's side. And we had Danny Kleppinger from Tennis Channel on Friday, and Fritz loves that matchup. He's beaten Zverev, I think, 3 out of the last 4 times or 3 times in a row. Because Zverev goes into that defensive shell. Zverev also not very good at grass, has never really gone deep at Wimbledon. So look, here's a little bold take for you. Don't be surprised you find Zverev in a 5th set tomorrow against Alexander Blocks. Kid that's coming, he's young. He's been coming on strong. He's got a good game. Zverev got sent home in round 1 at Wimbledon last year by the Frenchman Rinderknecht, who's got a big serve. Now that Blocks has a big serve, but again, Zverev does not do well on the grass. And I think whereas you could make the argument like, all right, well, he's got the monkey off his back from winning his first Grand Slam. Clay's always his strongest surface. He's never been that. I don't think it's like, oh, he's going to play freely. I just don't think he's that great on grass. So I would be surprised if Zverev gets back to a final. And so that means, yes, there's a good chance that Fritz can do it, that Ben Shelton can do it. Here's why I'm not worried about Sinner. I think he's basically got a free ride to the quarterfinals. Now, again, is anything a free ride for him right now after he went 5 sets today and got knocked out in the French Open by a guy that was ranked in the 50s? Maybe not. But I'm looking at his second round matchup is against Nuno Borges from Portugal. Decent player. Sinner should absolutely beat him in straight sets or at 4 at the absolute most. And then he's either going to play the American Jensen Brooksby, who's been terrible for most of this year, or a clay court player who's barely played on grass, and Ignacio Buse. 4th round matchup, he's either looking at the young, promising Rafa Hodar, who was a big, popular pick at the French Open, never played a match on grass before. He beat a British qualifier today, or a wild card. But like if it goes chalk, he's going to get Rafa Hodar. He might get the American Ethan Quinn. I think he's got a free ride to the quarterfinals, where he has potential to play Daniil Medvedev, who actually knocked him out of Wimbledon 2 years ago. So there's potential for that. But Medvedev has looked like a shell of himself for the last year. He could play the American Tommy Paul, although Sinner owns him. Or he could play Hubie Hurkacz, who is a grass court player through and through, but has also not really been the same since season-ending knee injury last year. So I think Sinner is probably going to the semis without much resistance. And then he would play Djokovic if Novak can get there. And if Novak could beat him at the Australian Open, where Sinner is always at his best on hard courts, Could Novak beat him again here at Wimbledon? It's possible. It is very possible, and this is probably the best chance for Novak to do it, whereas, again, the wear and tear on his body would not be so great on the grass and, be less physical. It's not as hot. Novak also not a big fan of the scorching hot temperatures like Sinner. Not supposed to be that hot this week here at Wimbledon. Next week it could be, but yeah, I'm not worried about Sinner until the semis. And if Djokovic can get there, it's not a guarantee that he does. He's not immortal. He can be beat. He got beaten by Joao Fonseca at the French Open after going up 2-0. But if it is Sinner, Djokovic semifinals at Wimbledon, I'd probably still lean Sinner. I think he's going to end up winning the title here. And I know that there's a lot of reasons to doubt him right now, but I wouldn't be picking against him. But then again, if you don't want to lay juice in a huge tournament like this. So I don't blame you for taking Fritz.
Taking a shot with him, you also got me thinking about this Zverev match, Pat, because I love everything you said, how he struggles on grass. And again, people might look at it as he won his major, he got the monkey off his back. I look at it as now he might have a little bit of a hangover from that. And especially going into this first match with the slow start, how do we feel about taking blocks first set plus 260? I think I'm talking myself into that. Do you think that's the play, is to bet him first set? Would you just bet the match games over at 34.5, the total games? Like what? Because I definitely want to get involved with blocks. I don't think I want to bet him to win at plus 575, but if you like a 5-setter, I'm thinking he's probably taking the first or it's going over total games. I just don't really know which way to play it. So what would you recommend in that match?
I think both of those are solid plays. Zverev is notoriously a slow starter at Grand Slam tournaments. And again, this is his weakest surface. So yeah, set one for Alexander Blocks is kind of I think a plus 260. That's a good bet. Mm-hmm. Also, I don't know, tennis is weird sometimes. Sometimes when you think, the guy's going to get off to a slow start and then he wins the first set easily and then loses the second. So again, the over I think is a decent play, or just for Blocks to take a set. It's minus 130. You're laying even the slightest bit of juice. So, yeah, I'd say either take him to win the first set or take the over. Because if you're taking the over, that means he probably does win a set. So, yeah, either the over or for Blocks to take the first set against Zverev. Usually a slow starter. Wimbledon, his worst Grand Slam tournament. Yeah, I mean, again, I could be dead wrong, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're in a fifth set tomorrow. The one thing that would give me pause is that Blocks was he was playing some incredible tennis on clay where he didn't have a lot of experience. He had to pull out of the French Open because he hurt himself. He rolled his ankle. He ran into one of those tarps that were on the back of the court. So the last time he played was at the French Open. He has not played since. So that's the only other thing you worry about. The guy hasn't played a match since he pulled out of the French Open, so it's been over a month. That's definitely not great. But again, I think this is more so a fade of Zverev than anything else.
No, I would agree with you. So yeah, that match gets going 10 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. I'll be having that on in the background, watching the first set, and I'll be cheering on Blocks, trying to win that first set against Zverev. So I love that, Pat. Talk myself into a plus 260 and Fritz 11-1 this segment. So let's win some money. Love it.
Let's go. Let's go right now. Tomorrow, PJ, on the men's side, you will have Fritz in action. Should be an easy win for him against Lajovic. Guy filling in for Draper after Jack Draper pulled out. You got Ben Shelton in action. He is I just had the draw in front of me. Shelton's taking on a big serving Finn from Finland, Otto Virtanen. That could be a tricky matchup for Ben. And then you got Francis Tiafoe taking on Terrence Attman, the young Frenchman who has kind of exploded onto the scene here over the last year. And he's got a really good game like that. I think that's going 4 sets at minimum. That could be a tricky one for Tiafoe. But on the women's side, PJ, all eyes are going to be on the queen. Serena Williams, the GOAT of women's tennis, returns tomorrow, and she's playing at 12 p.m. Eastern against the 20-year-old Aussie, Maya Joint. We talked to Danny Kleppinger again from Tennis Channel on Friday. Serena says she has no nerves. I don't know if I believe her. First competitive match since the U.S. Open in 2022. You're telling me you got no... I don't care how many titles she's won. I don't care. She's hit the pinnacle of the sport. You're playing your first match in almost 4 years. There's going to be some nerves. I promise you.
That match from a betting standpoint is so interesting. Join is a minus 150 favorite against Serena. Like, Pat, that could be one of those where you're watching it and you were like, even with the 4-year layoff at 44 years old, how is Serena ever an underdog in this match? So that'll be a super interesting one to watch as well. I don't think I'm going to bet it, but can't wait to watch it.
If you are, you would hope that Serena gets out to an early lead, and then you might be looking to hedge because, again, there is really no telling how her body's going to hold up. She's had kids, and I'm not putting that lightly. What the female body goes through to have children is not easy. A lot of women that are mothers that have come back on tour, like Svitolina, who's in the top 10. It's a remarkable feat, and yeah, she's 44. So there's really no telling how her body's going to hold up, even though the women do only play best of 3 rather than best of 5 like the men. 310-840-4910. We'll take a quick break. We'll get you a scoreboard update on some baseball when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. He's BJ Glasser. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
John Lynch has not been the best general manager in football over the last several years, but I will say this. I will back John Lynch fully and unequivocally if he lets Brandon Ayuk just rot on the restricted list. This is ridiculous. You can't just go on social media every day and say that you're going to play for the Commanders when you're still technically under contract with the 49ers. You can't do that. That's not how it works. You don't get to just name what team you're playing for. You're not a free agent. I get it. The Niners don't want him anymore. As Lynch said, he's probably played his last snap for San Francisco. But unless the Commanders are willing to give me something of some consequence, I'm not just cutting this dude and letting him walk off to D.C. to play with his buddy Jaden Daniels. Oh, hell no. I'll give it to Stone Cold. No. I'm not going to just let him. No, you don't just get to go. You don't get to name your destination, Brandon Ayuk. It's getting to the point where it's kind of creepy, but more so just dumb. Just dumb. Without even the B. D-U-M. Dumb by Brandon Ayuk. But let's stop losing the forest for the trees here. Everybody in the WNBA has a visceral hatred for Caitlin Clark, despite the fact that Caitlin Clark's arrival on the scene is what helped them push for a new CBA, a massive increase in salaries, massive viewership, which helps push those rights fees and salaries farther up. Without Caitlin Clark, I wouldn't say there's no WNBA. It's existed for 2 decades now. But without Caitlin Clark, the WNBA is not nearly as close to the average sports fan's radar as it is right now in this moment. And yet Caitlin Clark gets a hand to the neck, gets kicked occasionally, smacked occasionally. And again, she's not the only person who receives a little physical punishment in sports. But she receives all of this, and the one person, the one star who has helped make the NBA, who has made the WNBA what it is right now, is Caitlin Clark. And that Alyssa Thomas transgression draws a 1-game suspension? Number 1, the Detroit Lions. Absolutely Amon-Ra, Jamison Williams. I would put those two right there, just a hair behind Chase and Higgins. Maybe right there with Chase and Higgins as the best duo behind Lamb and Pickens. If we were just doing duos, it would be Lamb, Pickens, and then it would be probably a tie at number 2 between
And dance with me. Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can call. You can text. All right. We'll get you caught up on some baseball scores in a bit, but PJ, we're 10 minutes out. Netherlands, Morocco. Both you and I had this as the number 1 game to watch in the round of 32, and it's starting in 10 minutes. We're going to keep you posted as it goes, so obviously do not touch that dial. Do not touch that remote. Keep it right here with us on BetMGM tonight. But if you want to follow along with us, we'll obviously be keeping you posted throughout. Here are the odds, according to BetMGM. So in 90 minutes in regular time, Netherlands to win. Again, they have to win. They can't go to overtime. Netherlands to win plus 135. Morocco to win plus 225. And a tie. So to go to extra time would be plus 200. If you just want to say who's going to advance, and you want to play it that way, let's see. Here we go. To qualify, Netherlands is minus 145. Morocco is plus 115. So this is the Netherlands' slight favorite, PJ, but this is close to a pick 'em here. And that's Morocco is getting a ton of respect, and they should. For those of you that forgot, they made it all the way to the semifinals in the World Cup in Qatar in 2022. That was a big shock at the time. They've proven since it's not really a shock. This is a legit team. They're one of the best 10 teams in the world. Netherlands, for the last 4 or 5 years now, they've been hyped up as this team that is pushing France, pushing Spain, pushing Argentina, the top countries in the world for a chance to be World Cup champions, but they kind of always seem to fall short at that quarterfinal stage, and they've got a massive test in front of them now. How do you think this game plays out? This is the best game in the round of 32.
It absolutely is. I saw somebody on Twitter earlier, or I should say late last week, compare this game to when Nebraska played Vanderbilt in March Madness in the round of 32. And I can't get that out of my head because it's just the perfect comp. I love it so much. That game was so good. I'm hoping this game is so good. I'm going to play Netherlands to score a goal in the first half at plus 125, Pat. I actually think they're going to win the game in regulation. I'm feeling like 1-0 or 2-1 Netherlands. I think it's going to be a tight game. I think it's going to be close. I have a feeling a lot of people are going to play the draw, understandably so, and there's a reason why it's 2-1, and it certainly could end up being that way. All 3 games up to this point in the knockout round have been super tight. All of them have come down to stoppage time in the final 90 minutes, and this one could be no different. I've just been so impressed with the offense of the Dutch so far in this tournament. I think playing against a team like Japan is really going to help them for the defensive attack of Morocco. So I'll take Netherlands to win tonight. But I do like that first half goal at plus 125.
Yeah, I mean, look, both of these offenses have been cooking here the last game or two. Morocco scored 4. Now, granted, it was on Haiti. Morocco gave up 2 goals against Haiti. Their defense is normally their strength, so that was a bit. They went down 1-0, then they tied it, and they went down 2-1, and they tied it, and they came back and won 4-2 quite comfortably. But that was a bit of a shock. Morocco is normally a team that is kind of more conservative, will hit you on the counter, but like they're trying to win a game 1-0. Netherlands, the goals not hard to come by. They've scored 10 of them in their 3 games so far, but their defense has also been leaky. They've given up 4 in 3 games, including 1 to Tunisia. So, PJ, I think both teams to score is the way that I'm liking this one. Yes, it's a knockout game. It's going to be more of a conservative approach in the first half, but these two teams' defenses have been proven to be a little bit less than elite, and they've had no problem scoring. So both teams to score, and then, yes, I am going to take the draw. I think this has extra time written all over it. I think this is going to be 1-1 or 2-2 going into overtime, and I think we end up getting penalties, and I'm gonna call the slight upset here. I think Morocco ends up winning this. So you and me, a little bit on the opposite side, but either way, I think it's going to be a great game. And that's kicking off next. When we come back, we're going to reset, talk some basketball here. He's PJ Glasser. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
Number 1, the Detroit Lions. Absolutely. Amon-Ra, Jamison Williams. I would put those two right there, just a hair behind Chase and Higgins. Maybe right there with Chase and Higgins as the best duo behind Lamb and Pickens. If we were just doing duos, it would be Lamb, Pickens, and then it would be probably a tie at number 2 between Chase, Higgins, and St. Brown and Williams. But again, I'm not ranking duos. I'm ranking wide receiver groups. And you got to add in Isaac Tesla, who was a red zone machine for the Lions last year.
It feels like the breakup is upon us because we've been hearing about, is Jaylen Brown going somewhere for years now? I mean, go back to that potential deal with the Nets for KD. I mean, that was 3 or 4 years ago. It's like, is Jaylen Brown going to be a part of it? There's got to be something going on behind the scenes in that it can work with Brown and Tatum. We've seen it. They won a title. Jaylen Brown's a finals MVP. But it feels like, Chris, he wants to be the guy. And he can never, ever be the guy in Boston with Tatum. It's never going to happen. So if he really wants to be that dude, he's going to have to be that dude somewhere else. So, no, I'm not surprised. At this point, given all the smoke around a potential deal, it feels like something is going to happen. And you're always going to wonder, how did it get to the point that it got? Because it was kind of rocky, and they always seem to bring it back. I actually think they could run it back and still have success, but there's been so much talk about where Jaylen Brown's going to go, and so much of it is not Boston, which leads you to believe that something's really going to happen this time. I immediately went, uh-oh, because you and I had the same thought. I went, oh boy, LaMelo. I just feel like Charlotte was kind of waiting for this moment to get something in return, and there were a whole lot of ups and downs in the LaMelo experience. And the second they felt like they got a solid return, especially on that deal, boom, gone. So, could it work in Minnesota? Could LaMelo and Ant find a way together and catch their rhythm? Yeah, I think it could. Would I bet on it? No.
One sport.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. The Glass Man is in for Brad Evans tonight and most of this week. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 4 of this Monday night extravaganza starts right now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You want to join the show, you can call or simply text your thoughts on any of the topics we dive into at 310-840-4910. Wild day at the World Cup. Brazil comes from behind, gets a last-minute winner to beat Japan. And then the shock of the tournament, Paraguay knocks out Germany in penalties after they finished 1-1. Paraguay going on to the round of 16. The Germans are eliminated. Netherlands and Morocco, that team has just kicked off from Monterrey in Mexico. Gorgeous stadium, by the way, PJ. They've got the gigantic, luscious green mountain. I don't know what mountain that is, but it is.
Yep.
You could see it from inside the stadium. This is a beautiful, beautiful stadium in Mexico. I know it's not the Estadio Azteca where, Mexico national team normally plays, but honestly, if I'm inside the stadium and you're on the side where you're facing that huge mountain, like how do you beat those views? I don't think you can.
I mean, it looks like a painting. It really does. It's incredible. Pat, we haven't talked about this yet, but what is your take on everybody complaining about the final being at MetLife Stadium? I understand that there are much better stadiums that you can use. It's the New York City market. Like, I don't understand what people expect. Yes, you could have put it in LA at SoFi. That would have been understandable. You could have put it at Azteca, which a lot of people feel like might be the best stadium in soccer, period. I understand both of those. LA does make sense. But I've heard people being like, oh, they could have put it in Dallas. And Dallas is a major city. Folks, New York is like arguably the one in the world in terms of major cities. They were always putting it there. Maybe it's not in the best, spot logistically for people to get to. It's not even technically in New York. It's in New Jersey. I just find it funny how, all these people are finally realizing about MetLife for the first time, or they're seeing how these stadiums look on TV and they can't believe that the final is being played there. I'm like, it's New York. I mean, it's like if Netherlands is hosting the World Cup final, even if wherever stadium they have in Amsterdam isn't the best, that's where it's being played. Wembley isn't the best stadium in England. Probably Tottenham's new one is, but that's where the final would be played in England. So you're right. LA, SoFi is probably where it should be. And that would be understandable because certainly Los Angeles is a massive market. But I've found it funny that so many people are complaining because yes, you definitely do have better looking stadiums, but I mean, it's the New York market. Like, I don't know what people are expecting.
PJ, maybe if I wasn't, if I didn't, grow up 45 minutes away from MetLife Stadium, I would agree with you. It's a dump. It's a tuna can. It is an eyesore.
It's New York, Pat. It's New York.
It's not New York, though. Trust me, as a proud New Jerseyan.
It's New York market.
It's in a swamp. It's in the Meadowlands. It's not New York. It's far. It's actually quite far away. It's like a 45-minute drive without traffic, let alone the traffic that's going to be going on that day, and the amount of the basically they're charging you an arm to take a train ticket this year. On NJ Transit. No, you could have easily had it in LA at SoFi Stadium. I would have 1,000% said LA. I would have even taken Jerry World as well. Dallas is market number 4 behind Chicago. So I would have taken anything but MetLife Stadium because the place is a tuna can dumpster of a stadium. It is a disgrace that the final is being held there. So you and I are very much in disagreement on this.
Well, again, I don't disagree that the stadium is a dump and that it's not located. I mean, it's not, you're right. It's in New Jersey. It's outside of the city. I get all of those things, but it is technically the New York Stadium. They wanted to put something in New York and that's where it was. LA, I totally get. And Dallas is a beautiful stadium as well, Jerry World. And the games look great there. But Pat, you know how it is. It's the World Cup final. It's the biggest game there is in sports. They want celebrities. They want star power. They want the cachet. They want something that is associated with New York City. And even though the stadium isn't in the city because they can't build it there, they're playing it at the stadium. So the people that aren't understanding why it's there, even though the stadium is a dump, I don't agree with it.
And here's the other thing. It doesn't have a roof. So again,
it's true too. That's true too.
If it's pouring rain, I mean,
or
look, I know
100
soccer
degrees
is
outside.
played in the elements more than like any other sport. I mean, they play in anything. I know we think football is played in the elements. Soccer will literally get played in any kind of weather. You would want a roof. You would want a roof in case you need it, and you don't have that luxury if you need it come World Cup final Sunday. If it's pouring rain, not the kind of game that's going to be aesthetically appealing to the rest of the world. I'll tell you that much. So again, I know it's New York, New Jersey. It's the number 1 market. It's the Big Apple. It's not, but I get it. That's, they'll say it is whatever I always laugh when they say it. No, at the New York, New Jersey Stadium. It's like
I know.
Why are we so desperate? Everybody knows New York is New York City. It's the Big Apple. If it was in Manhattan, if it was like Madison Square Garden, if you could somehow have Madison Square Garden fit 70,000 people, that's one thing. That's literally the heart of New York City. This is in the Meadowlands. The stadium sucks. It's a pain in the ass to get there. Just put it in LA. That's what I would do, right? Didn't they have the Rose Bowl as the site of the World Cup final in 94?
They did. Yeah. Yep.
I know MetLife wasn't built then. It was just Giant Stadium, but still.
Yeah, no, they definitely, I agree. SoFi for sure. That could have been an option. Makes a lot of sense because you do bring up a great point about the roof. So you play it at SoFi, and if it's raining, won't affect the turf or the field or anything like that. Definitely plenty of stars out there. So I totally get it. I just, yeah, all these people making a big deal out of it. I'm like, folks, that's New York Stadium. Like, of course they're going to play it there. I don't understand anywhere the World Cup is. They're always playing it in the top major city of that country. And obviously the U.S. is New York. So that's where it's being played.
Yeah. I mean, I hate MetLife Stadium with a passion. So maybe most of the people you brought this argument up with, you would have had agreement. Not I. Not I, Quoth the Raven.
Which is, which I appreciate, because as a Giants fan, you would think, but I appreciate it that you disagree.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's a disgrace. It's a shame that a franchise like the New York Giants, respectable franchise, plays in that stadium. But I'm looking at this Monterey, dude. This stadium is gorgeous that they're playing at. And this ain't even this is like number 2. This is like the second best stadium in Mexico. Dude. I'll tell you what, you get a little something before the game, and then you're sitting and you're just looking at a gigantic, luscious green mountain as your backdrop. I mean, come on, you can't beat that.
To a game of this caliber, too. It's not like you're watching 2 crummy teams play. I mean, you're seeing 2 top 10 teams in the world. So, ideal night. The weather looks beautiful there as well. It's a beautiful night for soccer, but looks like, did Virgil get a yellow card? Oh, no, it was one of the other Netherlands.
I think it was Van Hecke, because this game's chippy as hell. I mean, we're in 8 minutes in, and this game is physical as can be. I don't think anybody got a card yet. I think the ref is just talking to them, and it's a good job. You don't want to give out cards in the first 10 minutes of the game if a guy is just pushing and shoving each other. So, yeah, I think that was Van Hecke, and I don't know who it was for Morocco that was just getting into it there a little bit. But, all right, physical start to this game, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. Let's reset, though, PJ. Massive basketball news right before we got on the air. The big trade of the day is the Memphis Grizzlies finally found a willing recipient for Ja Morant. He gets traded to the Portland Trail Blazers. The Grizzlies get back Jeremy Grant and Chris Murray. Again, we knew that the Memphis Grizzlies were shopping Ja Morant for a while, and they don't get that great of a return, and that's not a surprise. They don't get any draft picks. Jeremy Grant, 32-year-old veteran, a guy that's capable of averaging 20 points per game on a decent to mediocre team. And they get Chris Murray, who's a role player, just something to fill out the roster. Solid defender, but really not. I mean, he's averaging like 6 points per game for his career. And so Memphis has now fully hit the reset button. They traded Ja Morant. They traded Desmond Bane. They've traded Jaren Jackson Jr. They've got Cam Boozer as the face of their franchise. And the Blazers, they paired Ja Morant with Denny Avdia, who is, if not already, right on the border of a top 10 player in the NBA. But PJ, we talked about it to start the show. Like, we don't think Portland's done yet. Mostly because I don't think they can be done. Like, I like the trade right now, but if they don't end up making any more moves, then it's like, ooh, all right, you got like 7 guards on your team now and like 2 big men. So if it is accompanied by another move, we like the trade. But the prevailing thought is that Portland is not done. And not only are they not done, we both think that they're going to try to get Jaylen Brown. And Shams Charania basically, putting out a package or a idea of what a package could look like for Jaylen Brown if the Portland Trailblazers were going to acquire him. And then it just comes down to is Boston willing to part ways with Jaylen Brown? That's the next move now that everybody's looking out here for Portland. But again, just on its own, on its face value, pretty good trade for Portland. All the upside in the world. Can they get the best out of Ja Morant? That's the question.
No doubt. I thought you made a great point earlier, too. The fact that you don't have to give up any draft picks. It really is a great deal for Portland. It's all upside. If this trade ends up falling flat on its face and he never turns into what he was in Memphis or some iteration of that, you tried to make it work. You didn't really have to give up much in return and you move on. So it's totally worth it for the Blazers, a team who was a year ahead of schedule. They got a bright young star in Denny. They're trying to bring someone along, other pieces, other reinforcements to help turn them into a contender. But as we were talking about earlier, Pat, and then talking to Keith, he said the same thing. It does not feel like they're done. They can't be with the way that their depth chart on their roster is. They just have way too many guards in the backcourt. Dame Lillard, Drew Holiday, Shade Sharp, Scoot Henderson. Now you pick up Ja. Denny can handle the ball. I mean, they got 6 or 7 guys. They need depth at wing. They need some more size to go along with Klingon. It feels like this was definitely a move that they made because the price was right and they liked the upside of the deal. But they could have bigger things in store. Jaylen Brown, I think a lot of people, myself included, feel like he is on the move. Credit to you. When I was doing a show with you last week, you said Portland was one of the teams that you definitely feel like should go out and could go out and acquire Jaylen Brown. And I think after making a move like this today, it only makes that more clear that could be the case. So I do not think Portland is done. The big question, obviously, do they make another small deal or do they take another big swing? And I hope they take another big swing, Pat, because, man, if they get Jaylen Brown with Denny, Ja Morant, who turns back into some version of what he was in Memphis, you got something cooking there in Portland. Let's play the hypothetical game, Pat. They pull off that deal. Jaylen Brown goes to the Blazers. And I tell you that next year, Ja Morant is going to be close to what he was in Memphis. You're getting 20-plus points per game, double-digit assists. You're getting the highlight reel dunks, the electrifying plays, and you got a quality big three there in Portland. Do they automatically jump to 3 for you in the West behind OKC or San Antonio, or where would they fall in the West if they acquire Jaylen Brown?
If they get Jaylen Brown and it's Jaylen Brown, Ja Morant, and Denny Avdia, I'm just trying to think, again, Shams did seem to, I think, report that he thinks that the Blazers are not getting Jaylen Brown and that Ja Morant was kind of their big move, but he did give out a possible package that could land Jaylen Brown if the Blazers really are serious about it, and it would be Jrue Holiday, which you and I talked about, right? Veteran guard. They also have Dame Lillard, so you're not keeping both, and Dame's trade value is basically zero right now. He hasn't played basketball in a year and a half, so it would have to be Jrue Holiday going back to Boston. Then probably Tumani Kamara, who's a really solid defender for them, 3-and-D guys making $18 million a year, and Scoot Henderson, who's got 1 year left, and then he becomes a restricted free agent. That together basically matches up the salary of Jaylen Brown of nearly $60 million. Then on top of that, I would probably think 2 first-round draft picks, maybe 3 first-round draft picks. That probably gets it done for Portland. So assuming they won't have Jrue Holiday and Tumani Kamara and Scoot Henderson, and it's Jaylen Brown, Ja Morant, Denny Avdia, Donovan Clingan, and the rest of that Blazers roster with Dame Lillard, and then really after that, there's not a whole lot. Like, they don't have any depth. That would be the thing. And they don't really have a lot of depth this year. So I guess not a whole lot would change. But just that big three, Jaylen Brown, Denny Avdia, and Ja Morant. I don't want to ride the fence, and I don't want to give a non-committed. I would still say they're not better than Minnesota. And I would say they're not better than Denver. Because I'm not even high on Minnesota after they made that LaMelo Ball trade. I think that's going to be a disaster for them. So I would, as of this very moment, I would put the Denver Nuggets back as the third best team in the West. And I don't think a Blazers core of Jaylen Brown, Ja Morant, Denny Avdia would be the third best team. It would probably be 4th or 5th. But I would need to see what other pieces they would add after that. But that being your 3 best players, again, those are 3 guys that like to drive and aren't necessarily 3-point shooters. So, you need some guys that can shoot the long ball, So I don't think, now the more and more I think about it, I don't think they're getting Jaylen Brown. But if that is their 3 best players, they're probably the 4th or 5th best team in the West.
We got the Dutch on a break. Oh, we missed it, Pat. They got a great look in goal. And looks like we might have been in offsides there. We finally had some action. This game was kind of a feeling out. Both teams are kind of just going back and forth here in the 15 minutes or so. But a beautiful pass by the Dutch, and it looks like he was just offsides maybe as they nearly got a goal and made it 1-0 there. But that's how quickly they can strike. Again, their offense has been so impressive in this tournament. Which is why so many people feel like they can be really dangerous if they're able to get past Morocco tonight. But nearly had our first goal there. Instead, we remained scoreless about 16 and a half minutes in to Netherlands and Morocco in the final game of the day in an awesome day in the World Cup. We were sweating out Paraguay and Germany earlier. Massive upset. Paraguay wins in PKs. That game was terrific. Brazil and Japan was awesome. Brazil scored in the final minute of regulation to advance to the round of 16. So we've had two great games, and a lot of people thought this one would be the best of them all in the round of 32. So hoping it delivers here tonight.
310-840-4910. Let's talk about one of the other big rumors that we discussed on the show. We asked Keith Smith, the contributor to Spot Track and the Front Office NBA show, is the possibility that the Warriors are not only going to land Anthony Davis in a trade, but then LeBron James would go to Golden State, and you'd have LeBron, AD, Steph, Jimmy Butler, and maybe Draymond coming back. This all got started into motion and picked up a lot of steam today when Draymond declined his $28 million player option, which on the surface is a big surprise. But I don't know about you, PJ, whether or not they get AD or LeBron. I always thought Draymond was coming back on a team-friendly deal. I don't think this is the end for him. I don't think he's retiring. I think he would have at the end of the season. I think Draymond's coming back to Golden State. But, again, then Keith Smith was saying he doesn't think it's going to happen because during the show, Porzingis agreed to a 2-year, $40 million extension with the Warriors. So it's like, all right, if Porzingis is on the team and it's Steph and it's Jimmy, well, then how you're also getting AD and LeBron? And, Combs put this in our show chat. Yossi Goslin, who's an NBA salary cap analyst and used to work for Hoops Hype on Twitter, Underdog NBA resurfaced this or put this out that the Warriors, according to Yossi Goslin, could still fit LeBron and AD even after extending Kristaps Porzingis. And, the list of the possible steps that they could take and where they're at, that's, signing Draymond to the same deal as Porzingis. You'd have to trade Jimmy Butler and picks in the Anthony Davis trade. So is that what would be the two big players involved in that trade? Was it Anthony Davis for Jimmy Butler to match up those salaries? That's probably the likely scenario. But then again, do the Washington, PJ, do your Wiz want Jimmy Butler on that team? I would think you'd probably rather just continue to keep AD and hope he stays healthy.
100%. And I don't think Jimmy Butler wants to play for the Wizards either. So
absolutely not.
If they do end up acquiring him so that it helps out the Davis deal, it could be part of like a 3-team trade, or they'll make another move to get rid of him. Because there's no scenario where Jimmy Butler is going to be a Wizard. Pat, my thing too is I know LeBron would never ever go to the Wizards. It's on the opposite side of the country of where his family is. Like Golden State makes sense because he plays with Steph, he stays in California, all those sorts of things. If he really wants to play with AD again, I mean, the Wizards kind of make sense. You got Trae Young there. You just have the number 1 pick. It's the weaker conference in the East. If LeBron went to the Wizards, then all of a sudden, I think you'd have to look at them as possibly a contender next year in the Eastern Conference. It would never, ever happen because LeBron would just not do that. And then the parallels to Michael Jordan would just be hilarious. But part of me is like, if he wants to play with AD so bad, I mean, he's a free agent. Why not just go sign with the Wizards? So I don't know what LeBron is going to do. And it sounds like neither do you. You've kind of thrown out Cleveland and does he wait to see what happens with Harden? But at this point, it doesn't feel like he's going back to the Lake. And if this thing doesn't work out for the Warriors, I don't know what LeBron's going to do there, where he ends up playing. It's going to be interesting.
He can't go back to the Lakers. He can't. There's no way. They don't. It's Luka's team. They don't want. Yeah. I don't think they want him. I think internally, I think JJ Redick is and Rob Pelinka, maybe Pelinka wants him back because Pelinka will have anybody just to make the Lakers continue to be relevant and the genie bus style of thinking hey, at least we'll sell tickets. So maybe Pelinka wants him back. I can't imagine JJ Redick wants him back. As great as, and don't get me wrong, this isn't a shade on LeBron, but they're not winning a title with him and Luka being the two best players. They're not. Their best chance is to build a team. And I said this last week on the show. As much as I crap on Nico Harrison, deservedly so, for the worst trade of all time, I do have to give him credit because, PJ, that finals team he built in Dallas, where Luka was the star and it was a bunch of really solid role players, and they brought in Kyrie, that's the best chance for the Lakers, is to build a team similar to that.
Yep.
Luka and LeBron and Austin Reeves, Austin Reeves is the Robin. He was he's going to be the Kyrie Irving from that Mavericks team. You throw LeBron into the mix though, and it's not going to work. And I don't think I think LeBron realizes he's not, like, it's Luka's team now. And I still think that LeBron is ego driven to a certain point. He doesn't want to play second fiddle for a second straight year. And maybe he wouldn't be playing second fiddle on Cleveland, because of Donovan Mitchell. But I just don't see it. I don't see him going back to LA for a number of reasons. So, yeah, I think it's at this point, it's Golden State or it's Cleveland. He's not retiring. So I think he's going to one of those two places. Whether or not they get that Anthony Davis trade, even if they don't land AD, I still think there's a chance LeBron would go there. Like, that's really the make or break? Anthony Davis? I mean, come on, guy, you're lucky if the guy stays healthy. And also, the way that things ended in LA, don't you kind of get the sense that, like, LeBron was kind of, like, maybe stabbing AD in the back a little bit? I mean, I don't know. LeBron did say we needed to get another big for my guy, and then they trade Anthony Davis away. But then again, that was the Luka trade, which is just, you can't explain that. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm talking in circles here, but I feel like for me, it's LeBron is going to Golden State or Cleveland, and there's nowhere else.
I think you're right. You kind of just think about all the other contending teams in the NBA, and he just would never go there, or it doesn't make sense for the team, like Oklahoma City, San Antonio, Minnesota, Denver, Detroit, Orlando, Boston, the Knicks. Like, he's not going to any of these places. So I agree with you. If it's not the Lakers, does he go back home to Cleveland again? I don't think so. I kind of think you're right, Pat. I think he's heading to Golden State, regardless of what happens. I think they'll move on from Jimmy Butler, or they'll bring in somebody else to go along with the bro, whatever it may be. But I do think he wants to play with Steph and vice versa. He gets to stay in California, short plane ride back to LA to see his family. I think it makes a lot of sense. So, yeah, I do think LeBron probably goes to the Warriors.
310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. When we return, we'll get you an update on Morocco and Netherlands. Did you see that shot, by the way, from Achraf Hakimi, the captain, one of the best players in the world? Dude, that was a laser beam that, if it was not right at the Netherlands goalie, it was going in the net. So they're scoreless, but we'll get you an update when we return. An exciting first half in the best game of the round of 32. Plus, PJ and I will also fill out the rest of our brackets. We'll do a prediction, fill out the rest of the World Cup when we return. 310-840-4910. He's PJ Glasser. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Why not the Pittsburgh Penguins? Why not? Another team with a massive amount of cap space, a team that has plenty of draft assets to trade to Dallas for Robertson's rights if they'd like, and a few young players, up-and-coming young players around. But why not Jason Robertson to be in the same lineup with Sidney Crosby as Crosby's career winds down over the next several years? Robertson comes in, becomes the face of the Penguins franchise, and gets to play with Sidney Crosby. Look, I don't think there's a kid who's grown up playing hockey in the last 20 years who didn't wonder what it would be like to play with Ovechkin or Crosby at some point. Here would be your opportunity.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. Again, 310-840-4910. We're less than 48 hours away from Team USA taking on Bosnia and Herzegovina in the round of 32. And when the U.S. scores, you score too. Win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets with our friends at BetMGM for every U.S. goal. Place a $5 or more pre-match bet on any World's Game match in which the U.S. is playing. Again, that's Wednesday. And apply your Goal Rush token, and you'll win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every goal scored by the U.S. in the match. The bonus bets will be split among all eligible winners after the match. All right, right now, the one game going on in the round of 32, Netherlands, Morocco. And as expected, it's tight. It's back and forth. It's physical. There's been a couple of good chances, but they are still scoreless. 0-0, 32nd minute right now, playing in Monterrey in Mexico. And PJ and I both ranked these games on Friday. We both agreed Netherlands-Morocco was the best game of the round of 32. So we're happy to keep you updated on it as it progresses. But, PJ, why don't we go ahead and fill out the rest of these brackets here? Why don't we do a little prediction time? Mono e mono. Let's see who can make the better bracket. So let's start. We got 3 freebies because we have 3 results that are already final. Yesterday, Canada, they beat South Africa 1-0. Earlier today, Brazil came from behind to beat Japan 2-1. And then the big shocker, Paraguay knocks out Germany in penalties. So let's start with this game tonight. This will count towards our predictions, and then we'll work our way through the rest of the bracket here. Who you got going? Who do you got advancing, Netherlands or Morocco?
Yeah, I had Netherlands tonight. I think they're going to win. I told you pregame I thought they'd win about 1-0, 2-1 in regulation. So I think it's going to be a close matchup, but I think they'll find a way to win. I just like their offense a little bit more. I think they'll find a way to break down that Morocco defense. So I'll take the Netherlands to win this match against Morocco. But this is like one of those 8-9 games, Pat, in the tournament in March Madness, right? Coin flip that could go either way, could decide a lot of bracket pools. But I'll roll with the Dutch to get the win in this one.
Yeah, I'm going to go opposite here. I think Morocco wins this in penalties if I had to make a prediction. I just, again, maybe this is just because of the odds that were given out on BetMGM, and it's, slight favoring of Netherlands, but I really do think these teams are about as dead even as you could have. And I still think Morocco is not getting the respect that they've earned here over the last 4+ years. Went to the semifinals in 2022 and tied Brazil in the group stage. And so like they've already proven that 4 years ago was no fluke. And they've certainly proven it as well with AFCON and what they've done in the last 3 years since. So I'm going to pick Morocco here to get it done in penalties over the Netherlands. But that's unfortunate. One of these two teams has to lose tonight. All right, let's go to the next group of games tomorrow. Or actually, let's just go here in order of the bracket from top down. So France, Sweden, with the winner playing Paraguay. PJ, I don't think this one's going to take long. Who do you got winning tomorrow?
Yeah, as much as I love a good underdog, Sweden isn't the one. I'm going to take France. If Netherlands was up 4-0 against Sweden in the game when they played in group, I'm nervous for Sweden when they go up against the France attack. So I like France to take care of business.
All right, yeah, same here. Sweden, they're going to try to defend for their lives, but I just don't think they have the offense. Even if they hold France to 2 goals, I don't see them getting more than 1. So I got France going on either 2-1 or 3-1. That seems to be the most likely score line for me. All right, let's go down then to the next group of games. Portugal, Croatia. This is a good one. Now, this is going down on, let's see, Thursday. Portugal, Croatia, Ronaldo, Luka Modric, former teammates, 2 teams that have made deep runs in the World Cup. Croatia went to the semifinals last World Cup. Portugal, they won the Euros. They are normally in the knockout stage in the World Cup. Ronaldo's last chance at a World Cup title. Who do you got winning this one, PJ?
I got an upset, Pat. Give me Croatia on this one. I think it'll probably be an extra time or penalty kicks, but Portugal, outside of dominating Uzbekistan, they have looked very underwhelming against Colombia and then DR Congo. Croatia, solid team, always really good in these big tournaments. They made it to the World Cup final 8 years ago. And like you said, they still got Luka Modric. So one last ride for him. I think they take out Portugal, Pat. So I'll go with an upset there with the Croatians.
Yeah, the odds, by the way, Portugal on BetMGM minus 130 to win the game in 90 minutes as well. So, yeah, I don't know if they get it done in regulation, and I don't have either of these teams moving on past this, and we'll talk about that in a second. So I'm going to take Portugal. I don't like it. Don't get me wrong. I'm looking to pick the underdogs every chance I get, but in this particular game, I'm going to go ahead and take Portugal. So you and I opposite there. Okay, and then the winner of Portugal-Croatia gets the winner of Spain and Austria. PJ, you picking a massive shocker here, or you got Spain winning?
I'm not. No, I'm going with Spain. Maybe it could be a difficult game. It could be tightly played. Maybe it's tied 0-0 at halftime, but Spain, just too much talent. I think they get past Austria.
Yep, I agree as well. I think they shut Austria out. Again, they have been, outside of beating up on Saudi Arabia, which they kind of needed to after they tied Cape Verde, their offense has been underwhelming, but I think they're okay with that. I think they'll continue to work out the kinks. I think they rely too heavily on Lamine Yamal in his first ever World Cup. I think they have some other quality scoring options, but I think they either win that game 1-0 or 2-0, probably 2-0. So yeah, I got Spain moving on as well. All right, PJ, are we going to be the villains? Are we going to pick against USA when they play Bosnia on Wednesday night, or do you think the red, white, and blue get it done?
We are not. I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be ugly. I think it's going to be physical. Bosnia, I think, is going to play really well and make life tough, but I just think the offense that we've shown is going to be too much. So I'll take the USA to advance in a hard-fought game.
I agree. I think it could go to penalties. I really do.
Yeah,
I think Bosnia, they're comfortable in that. They won back-to-back penalty shootouts in the European playoffs, including over half my bloodline, my Italians, to get here. So they're comfortable playing a game like that. They're going to play for extra time. They're going to play for penalties. I think USA gets it done. I think it's going to be gritty, but I think they'll get it done. All right, Belgium, Senegal. Belgium, another team that's very hyped, overhyped. Over the years, they kind of had that golden generation 4 years ago and couldn't do anything. So Senegal will definitely like their chances in this one. PJ, do you like their chances to knock off Belgium, who are right around even money? They're actually plus 120 to win this one in regulation, but Belgium certainly the favorite to advance here. Do you like Belgium or do you like Senegal?
Can't wait to bet the draw in this game at plus 220. That's what I feel best about. This one's going to extra time, Pat, and then good luck trying to pick a winner. I'll lean Belgium. I think Senegal is going to be a popular pick. They were a popular dark horse heading into the tournament. They got good talent. They were in a tough group with Norway and France, so they've seen some really quality teams with quality attacking players and strikers like they're going to see on Belgium, who's been underwhelming in this tournament, but I think Belgium's going to find a way, Pat. So I'll take Belgium in a close one, but I love the draw in that game.
Yeah, I am too. Belgium, they're dying to break your heart. I don't think it's going to be in this round though, so I'll take them as well over Senegal. All right, let's try to zip through the rest of these here. Bottom half of the bracket. Brazil, again, we already get the freebie because that happened before we came on the air. So Ivory Coast, Norway. The winner plays Brazil. Who do you like in this one, PJ? Erling Haaland in Norway. They got the 2 wins early. They played their entire backups in their last group stage game against France. Now they draw Ivory Coast. Who do you like in this game?
I got a chance to see Ivory Coast in person on Thursday in Philly, and they were going up against Curacao, so not much of competition compared to the rest of the field. But I was impressed with Ivory Coast, and they played Germany really tough. I think Germany's probably the same quality of team that Norway is, right in that ilk. But with the inexperience that Norway has, I think that could hurt them in a close, hard-fought game. So I'll go with another small upset here, and I'll take Ivory Coast.
Wow. Okay. All right. I'm going to roll with Norway. And maybe it's because I'm I'm a Man City fan, so I think Erling Haaland is going to score a hat trick, but it wouldn't be the first time that he lets down in a big game. All right, Mexico, Ecuador. Mexico unbeaten 3-0. Ecuador got through after they beat Germany in the last group stage game. I'm going to make my pick first here. Mexico, they have really impressed me. I don't think they're losing to Ecuador. They're playing on home soil. Give me Mexico to win a tight one, maybe 2-1.
Agreed. I think it'll be tight, but I think Mexico will find a way. I like them as well.
Okay. All right. After that, we got England and Democratic Republic of the Congo. This would be probably a bigger shock than Germany getting sent packing by Paraguay. PJ, you taking it, or does the English get through?
I think England wins, but I think this one could be dicey. Congo, they tied Portugal, and England, they tied against Ghana. It's going to be a similar type game that both of those were. They're going to park the bus. They're going to make it ugly. They're going to try and make it 0-0 or 1-1, and I think they're going to be successful. I'm actually going to bet the draw in this game. I think we go to extra time, but then I think England's going to win it. So it'll be close, but I don't think it'll be as much of a blowout as people think.
All right, PJ, I'm going to finish off the last four in the first round, and we'll zip through it so that we can finish off our bracket after this commercial break. So Argentina, Cabo Verde, I'm not picking the upset. Give me Argentina. Australia, Egypt. I think Egypt in penalties in that one. Switzerland, Algeria, dicey one. I think Switzerland probably comes from behind and wins. And then Colombia, Ghana, I'll take Colombia. So Argentina, Egypt, Switzerland, and Colombia for me in those final four games in the bottom half. What do you got?
I'm with you on Argentina, Egypt, and Colombia. I like all those teams. I'm going to go with Algeria, though, over Switzerland, because how many times do you see a team get in by the skin of their teeth last second and then they win a game or two? And Algeria off that thriller against Austria, I think that's exactly what's going to happen. I think they upset Switzerland, so I'll take Algeria.
There you go. All right, we'll finish off our World Cup brackets when we return. We'll get you an update. Morocco, Netherlands, scoreless right now. A couple minutes left to go in the first half. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
John Lynch has not been the best general manager in football over the last several years, but I will say this. I will back John Lynch fully and unequivocally if he lets Brandon Ayuk just rot on the restricted list. This is ridiculous. You can't just go on social media every day and say that you're going to play for the Commanders when you're still technically under contract with the 49ers. You can't do that. That's not how it works. You don't get to just name what team you're playing for. You're not a free agent. I get it. The Niners don't want him anymore. As Lynch said, he's probably played his last snap for San Francisco. But unless the Commanders are willing to give me something of some consequence, I'm not just cutting this dude and letting him walk off to D.C. to play with his buddy Jaden Daniels. Oh, hell no. I'll give it to Stone Cold. No. I'm not going to just let him. No, you don't just get to go. You don't get to name your destination, Brandon Ayuk. It's getting to the point where it's kind of creepy, but more so just dumb. Just dumb. Without even the B. D-U-M. Dumb. By Brandon Ayuk. But let's stop losing the forest for the trees here. Everybody in the WNBA has a visceral hatred for Caitlin Clark, despite the fact that Caitlin Clark's arrival on the scene is what helped them push for a new CBA, a massive increase in salaries, massive viewership, which helps push those rights fees and salaries farther up. Without Caitlin Clark, I wouldn't say there's no WNBA. It's existed for 2 decades now. But without Caitlin Clark, the WNBA is not nearly as close to the average sports fan's radar as it is right now in this moment. And yet Caitlin Clark gets a hand to the neck, gets kicked occasionally, smacked occasionally. And again, she's not the only person who receives a little physical punishment in sports. But she receives all of this, and the one person, the one star who has helped make the NBA, who has made the WNBA what it is right now, is Caitlin Clark. And that Alyssa Thomas transgression draws a 1-game suspension. Number 1, the Detroit Lions. Absolutely. Amon-Ra, Jamison Williams. I would put those two right there, just a hair behind Chase and Higgins. Maybe right there with Chase and Higgins as the best duo behind Lamb and Pickens. If we were just doing duos, it would be
All right, welcome back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. There's about a minute and a half left to go in the first half here. Netherlands, Morocco still scoreless, 0-0. So we'll keep you posted. But, PJ, let's finish off our bracket here. We are predicting the entire FIFA World Cup bracket. So we did the entire first round. Last segment, let's get to the round of 16 with our picks in place. I'm going to rattle off mine real quick, and then if you want to go through your round of 16, and we'll go so forth and so on. We only got about 5 minutes, so we will make it snappy. All right, I got France after beating Sweden. France over Paraguay, no explanation needed. If Paraguay gets through another giant, it'll be a big shocker. I have Morocco winning this game against Netherlands, and then I got Morocco getting past Canada. Heck of a run for Canada, but I think their run ends in the next round. I've got Spain over Portugal. Again, I think very highly of Spain, as no matter how underwhelming they've looked. And then I've got USA with the upset over Belgium. Might not be an upset after the time we get there. I think USA is going to the quarterfinals. I think we're going to beat Belgium. I got Brazil over Norway. I think Brazil's a better team. England over Mexico, but that one I could see going to penalties. Argentina getting past Egypt. And then I had Colombia and Switzerland both winning, and I got Colombia getting past the Swiss. PJ, you're round of 16. How do you see it playing out?
Yeah, I'll also go France over Paraguay. I think they'll take care of business against Sweden tomorrow and then against Paraguay. Netherlands, I like them to win tonight against Morocco and then also win against Canada in the next round. I'll go Spain over Croatia in the round of 16. I think Croatia gets past Cristiano Ronaldo and Portugal, and then Spain knocks out Croatia. I also like the USA against Bosnia, and I like the USA to beat Belgium in the round of 16. I think USA is going to be a slight favorite. I think they're better. I think they win. Brazil and Ivory Coast for me, Pat. I'll take Brazil to advance in that match. England and Mexico is going to be super interesting because that game's going to be played in Mexico City. England's going to be favored. Mexico's going to be the home team on home soil, have the crowd behind them, but I think England survives. Argentina, I'll take them to beat Egypt, and then give me Colombia over Algeria as my round of 16.
All right, beautiful. All right, on to the quarterfinals. So I got France, Morocco. I got France in a rematch of the semifinals from the World Cup in 2022. That one was 2-0 to France. I think they'll beat Morocco again. I think USA, we give a valiant effort against Spain, but I think the Spanish probably get it done. I'll take England over Brazil in what will be a tasty quarterfinal. And then in an all-South American clash, Leo Messi and Argentina move on. I think they'll beat Colombia. I think that game, if that's the game we get, I think that one's got penalties written all over it as well. PJ, what would your quarterfinal prediction look like?
I'll take France over Netherlands. France advance to the semis. Give me Spain over the USA. As awesome as it would be to see the USA pull that upset, I just don't see it happening. I'll take England over Brazil in a game between two heavyweights. It should be a really good one. And then Argentina, Colombia, Pat. I was going back and forth on this one. I'm actually going to take the upset with Colombia. I think that's going to be the team that makes a run in the tournament this year that people don't necessarily see coming. So my final four will be England, Colombia, France, and Spain.
Yeah, nearly identical to me. I'll have I have England, France, Spain, and Argentina. I will go with Spain over France. I think a lot of people are already picking France to win the World Cup. I know our guy Kostos is picking France. I think Spain knocks him out and gets back to a World Cup final. And then I will take England to take out Argentina and set up a Spain-England final. PJ, what do you think?
So I'm going France-England final. I think France is also going to beat Spain, which should be a terrific game. England over Colombia. So how about that? We both got England in our finals, but I'll go with France on the other side.
All right, and then I think the Spanish Armada is taking home another World Cup title. And as somebody that's, again, Italian-American in my blood, and I've seen Spain hand deliver some crushing defeats to Italy in years past. I'll never forget that Euro final about a decade ago, and they destroyed them 4-0. I think Spain wins another World Cup title. PJ, you got France, England. Who do you think wins it all?
I'm going to take France, Pat. They look like the best team. They feel like the best team. They're clicking on all cylinders. Their talent's ridiculous. So I'll go with France.
All righty. PJ's picking France. I'm picking Spain. You want to join in? What are your World Cup predictions? 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll kick off the fifth and final hour with a little hot or cold. He's PJ Glasser. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Number one, the Detroit Lions. Absolutely. Amon-Ra, Jameson Williams. I would put those two right there, just a hair behind Chase and Higgins. Maybe right there with Chase and Higgins as the best duo behind Lamb and Pickens. If we were just doing duos, it would be Lamb, Pickens, and then it would be probably a tie at number two between Chase Higgins and St. Brown and Williams. But again, I'm not ranking duos. I'm ranking wide receiver groups. And you got to add in Isaac Tesla, who was a red zone machine for the Lions last year.
it feels like the breakup is upon us because we've been hearing about, is Jaylen Brown going somewhere for years now? I mean, go back to that potential deal with the Nets for KD. I mean, that was 3 or 4 years ago. It's like, is Jaylen Brown going to be a part of it? There's got to be something going on behind the scenes in that it can work with Brown and Tatum. We've seen it. They won a title. Jaylen Brown's a finals MVP. But it feels like, Chris, he wants to be the guy. And he can never, ever be the guy in Boston with Tatum. It's never going to happen. So if he really wants to be that dude, he's going to have to be that dude somewhere else. So, no, I'm not surprised. At this point, given all the smoke around a potential deal, it feels like something is going to happen. And you're always going to wonder, how did it get to the point that it got? Because it was kind of rocky, and they always seem to bring it back. I actually think they could run it back and still have success, but there's been so much talk about where Jaylen Brown's going to go, and so much of it is not Boston, which leads you to believe that something's really going to happen this time. I immediately went, uh-oh, because you and I had the same thought. I went, oh boy, LaMelo. I just feel like Charlotte was kind of waiting for this moment to get something in return, and there were a whole lot of ups and downs in the LaMelo experience. And the second they felt like they got a solid return, especially on that deal, boom, gone. So. Could it work in Minnesota? Could LaMelo and Ant find a way together and catch their rhythm? Yeah, I think it could. Would I bet on it? No.
GM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser, the Glass Man, with me here on this Monday night, filling in for Brad Evans. PJ going to be with me for most of this week. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Monday night program kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The phone number to join the show, open phone lines in the final hour like we always do. You can join our talk and text line at 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we have dived into at 310-840-4910. Great show so far. We appreciate you guys for being a part of it. Breaking down the big trade of the day in the NBA, Ja Morant going to the Portland Trail Blazers with the Memphis Grizzlies getting Jeremy Grant and Chris Murray back. PJ and I both like the deal for Portland, but assuming there's going to be at least another trade for them, whether it's a massive one or it's just one to fill out some depth, they got a lot of guards. So if they can swap some of those out for some wings or at least another big man, then Portland looking nice, looking like they're ready to take a step forward after they gave San Antonio a good fight in the first round of the playoffs this past year. We talk some baseball. Do you think the Yankees are about to hit their June swoon that they're accustomed to? Got swept by the Red Sox last night, getting crushed by the Tigers tonight, and Jazz Chisholm got hurt. So things going from bad to worse for the Yankees. That actually went final already. They lost to the Tigers 7-3. So it is now 5 straight losses for the Yankees and 8 of their last 10. Not good. Not good. We also talked with Keith Smith. In case you missed that interview, you can rewind on the Odyssey app. You can check it out on the BetMGM Tonight podcast. And so we've talked a little Wimbledon as well. We've talked plenty of World Cup. What a crazy day it's been. This knockout stage is kicking off with a bang. Canada, last-minute winner yesterday to beat South Africa. Brazil, last-minute winner today to beat Japan. Paraguay, the shock of the tournament, knocking out Germany at penalties. And right now at the half, Netherlands and Morocco 0-0. But there have been some jaw-dropping saves from the goalkeepers just to keep this scoreless. So without further ado, Peach, you ready for a little hot or cold? Or what'd you think of that first half so far? I know you were hoping for a Netherlands goal, but pretty good action.
Good action. Both teams with opportunities to score. Both goalies making some big saves, but this is what we thought, Pat. I mean, two really good teams trading punches, both getting opportunities, and I would expect more of the same in the second half. Yeah, the draw's looking good right now. I still think there's a chance maybe we can get 1-1 going into extra time. I think somebody's going to break through, if not both teams, in this regulation. But entertaining game thus far, and excited for the second half.
310-840-4910. By the way, we had a texter before we get to hot or cold here. We had a texter, Mike from Baltimore. And I guess, I don't know, PJ, you tell me if this is big news here. Mike from Baltimore texted in, O.J. Simpson will not be among the Buffalo Bills legends being honored at their new stadium. That's according to Alana Getzenberg of ESPN. Are you shocked by that news? Because I can't say I'm too shocked considering what has happened to O.J. Simpson over the last, again, still 20, 25, 30 years ago here. There are some things that I just think you can't undo. And so I'm not shocked here that OJ's not going to be honored. I don't know. Are you? Should he be?
Yeah, no, I'm not shocked. I don't think the Bills necessarily want to associate themselves with OJ if they don't have to. So even though he was a hell of a running back, and I guess I wouldn't be shocked if they were honoring him, but I think they made the wise conventional train of thought and decided it was best to stay away from it and not honor. They obviously got a heck of a team. They got a team good enough to win the Super Bowl. They got a great quarterback. They got a new stadium. There's a lot of excitement. I just kind of don't think they want another distraction as well. And like you said, OJ's obviously been in the news for some wrong reasons throughout the years. And I'm not too surprised they're not honoring him.
Yeah, by the way, team president of business operations, Pete Guelli, stated, quote, "We have made an organizational decision that he is not a fit to display inside our new stadium and family circle." So they confirmed they're not going to include OJ on the Wall of Fame or in any historical displays at the new $2.1 billion Highmark Stadium. I mean, yeah, like I said, there's certain things you can't undo. And I know OJ has tried to put himself back in the spotlight over the last couple of years with his, with Twitter videos and whatnot. But I mean, I think he was still displayed on the old stadium, if I'm not mistaken. But it would have been a choice. And I think it probably would have been the wrong choice to put him in the new stadium. I think the Bills made the smart decision here. I was going through, full disclosure, I was going through some Reddit comments because I like to see what, some people say on Reddit sometimes. And somebody said, there is a statue dedicated to Benedict Arnold in the United States up for display. It's just of his boot, no name, no face. Dedicated to, quote, a most brilliant soldier for his heroics at the Battle of Saratoga prior to his defection. At the time of that battle, he was truly a war hero, and the U.S. easily could have lost that battle without him. So honor the work put in, but steer clear of honoring a dishonorable man. Put OJ's cleats on a shelf and say they belong to a brilliant running back. No picture, no name. I just think that you're probably better off just not including him.
I agree. Stay away. Don't make it a thing. I guess it already is because people are reporting that he's not going to be honored, but I think they made the right decision.
Yeah. 310-840-4910. Let's get to a little hot or cold. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in here for the first time tonight. Combsy, it feels weird. I feel like we normally talk to you way before hot or cold, but what's up, man? How was your weekend?
A lot of events this weekend. Daughter's graduation party. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. A lot of alcohol
you get banged
was
up?
consumed.
Oh yeah,
a little bit.
There's my
answer. A little bit. Yeah.
Is this the daughter going to Iowa? Is this the daughter going to Iowa?
Yes.
Who's having the graduation?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So we had our graduation party on Sunday, and then the day before, my podcast co-host, his family has a benefit every year for his cousin who passed away from cancer a few years back. So we do this benefit where we raise money for somebody in the community also dealing with cancer. And it was a great turnout, but also a lot of alcohol was consumed that night too. So, yeah.
Wow. So you did the old back-to-back, a little double dip Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah. And I'm 45
you
and feeling it. I don't recover like I used to, Pat. I do not recover like I used to at all.
Nobody does. I mean, I had those, towards the end of that Spain trip. So I got back, what was it, Tuesday morning. And that was 21 hours of traveling because we were up at 5:30 in the morning, Spain time, to get to the airport. And then we didn't get into our apartment until about 8:30 p.m. at night. But then you factor in that we gained 6 hours back. So that's really like 2:30 in the morning if it was Spain time. So again, 21 hours of traveling. That was Tuesday. Saturday and Sunday was the wedding and the brunch the day after. And I consumed a lot of alcohol those 2 days. And I felt like by Tuesday, I still wasn't recovered. And then all the travel on top of that. Dude, you heard me on Wednesday's show last week. I thought I was going to die.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we thought you were going to die too. So yeah, it was, it's definitely do not recover like we used to when we were PJ's age. We don't recover like we did when we were his age. That's for sure. Back when we were 20, 21.
Well, I'm 30,
PJ, the young buck. I was going to say PJ's 21. PJ, you could pass for 21.
Look like I'm in my 20s. Yeah, I think I could probably. Yeah. I still look young, but 30.
You went to Bama, right, PJ?
I did. Yeah.
How was it at Bama? Did you get into a lot of trouble?
Thankfully not really. No. I'm not too much of a troublemaker for the most part. Definitely had some fun, but stayed away from trouble, which is good. Probably, less trouble than Brandon got into back in the day, I'm sure.
There's some stories there, Peach.
I'm sure.
There's some stories for sure. Absolutely.
That's BetMGM tonight after dark if they ever had a 6th hour to the show. That's
BetMGM tonight after dark if they ever put us on HBO. That's
yes.
That's what those stories are for.
Brandon, where'd you go to college?
United States Marine Corps.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Yep.
Fair. So
That
you,
was
you
my
probably
college,
have some
Bob.
good stories. Yeah. You do have some good stories.
Few of
Okay.
them. Quite a few of
There
them.
you go.
Are you guys ready to get some hot or cold?
Yeah,
Let's do
yeah,
it.
we could. You could
All
share
right.
some war stories and some boot camp stories on another time.
Yeah, I absolutely could. All right, let's start here. You guys were talking about, how you can't honor certain people and you can't, bring certain people into your circle of honor. There's another guy that I hear him quite a bit over the airwaves that I just can't, like, people should just stop listening to him. And that's Emmanuel Acho. And he had this to say today: the WNBA would be better off without Caitlin Clark. So I ask you boys, hot or cold? PJ, let's start with you.
Yeah, this is going to be a cold for me. What a terrible take this is. The WNBA would be better off with Caitlin Clark. She has moved the needle more than any other player has in the history of the WNBA. Pat and I were I was doing a show with Alex Gold on Saturday where we were talking about there was a scuffle over the weekend. People know Sophie Cunningham with the point. I'm sure everybody's seen it going viral at this
It's
point.
great meme.
It's been a big so good. Been a big topic of discussion in the W, obviously, how they really haven't had Caitlin's back like I think a lot of us thought they would. And it's been really interesting to see the jealousy of the players around the league with how popular she is, the exposure that she is. But I mean, look at where the WNBA is compared to 5-10 years ago. Look at how many more teams are in the league. Look at how many more nationally televised games there are. It's just it's night and day from what it was, and a big part of that is because of the eyeballs of women's college basketball when Caitlin was in it and Paige Beckers was in it and these kinds of players. So there are a lot of people that wouldn't tune into the WNBA if Caitlin Clark wasn't playing. In no world is it better off without her. So I'm going to go very cold on that one.
Yeah, it's cold for me too. And look, I didn't even bother to listen to what dumbassery that Emmanuel Acho had to say, but I have a feeling he probably knew it was going to be clickbait headline. And then again, I didn't even listen to it, didn't see what he said. If I had to try to guess, he probably tried to explain it like it's caused so much negative attention and negative conversations and a lot of, racial conversations where there shouldn't be about the WNBA. And he goes, and if I had to guess, he'd probably say that's why the WNBA is better off without Caitlin Clark. And don't get me wrong, like there are a lot of exhausting conversations that take place about Caitlin Clark because it so easily goes to race. And whether or not it's fair or not in some points, like that's unfortunately what happens. And it gets politicized and it's annoying. And it's like, why can't we just talk about the league with what players are great, what teams are great, what teams are fraudulent, what teams are pretenders, the way we talk about the NBA. That's how I want to be able to talk about the WNBA. And I feel like it's so completely different. But I guess sometimes you have to go 3 steps forward and then go a step or 2 back to then continue to march forward. So yeah, there is no scenario for me in which the WNBA is better off without Caitlin Clark. She is a superstar. She's a megastar. Millions of people gravitate to watch her. She's incredible. She's not the MVP. She's not the best player in the league. She might not be a top 3 or 4 player in the league, but she moves the needle, as PJ said. So yeah, there is no scenario on earth where the WNBA is better off without Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, and for all those points that you mentioned, right? Like, look, the elephant in the room is the elephant in the room. And we talked about this last week, you and I, Pat, is that, I mean, if Caitlin Clark was Asia Wilson, Emmanuel Acho would be screaming a whole completely different tune. If the WNBA referees were paying attention and calling games the way that they should be calling games and not allowing Caitlin Clark to get manhandled and tossed around and punched in the throat and all these other things, then the WNBA would be better for that. The WNBA would be better if they had the back of their players as opposed to just sitting there and turning a blind eye to what is clearly going on in their league. So that's what the WNBA would be better off for. Caitlin Clark is a polarizing figure who deserves to be watched, who deserves to be celebrated, and deserves to be a part of a lot of things that the WNBA is just holding her out of for whatever reason. And a vast majority of that reason is jealousy. So Yeah, he can go pound sand with that take for sure. All right, let's move on to the next one. You guys are all into the World Cup. Team USA will go to penalties against Bosnia on Wednesday. Hot or cold, Pat?
Hot. I put this one in here because I think that's what's going to happen. Again, I just no better way to describe it than just look at how Bosnia. For those of you that maybe aren't big soccer fans and you just started paying attention when the World Cup started, that's fine. Trust me, I want as many people getting in on the World Cup. I'm not like this protector. Like, if you weren't watching qualifiers, no, screw that, screw those people. But this is how Bosnia got into the World Cup. They didn't come in first or second in their group in the European qualifiers in the group stage. They had to go through the playoffs. They had to beat Wales. They beat them in penalties after it was 1-1. Then they had to beat Italy. They beat them in penalties. They are comfortable playing a game that goes to penalties. They are comfortable with going 0-0 for 90 minutes. They're comfortable if they get an early goal or if they have to fight back and they're able to squeak one in. It's probably not going to be a pretty goal, but if they score a goal, they're content with that, and they will either try to defend it with their life. They'll park the bus, or they are sound defensively, and they're a physical, gritty team. So they're not fast, they're not athletic, but they're strong. And so I could see USA not having as easy of a time as we did against Paraguay or against Australia. And so I could see it going to extra time. And once you get to extra time, sometimes those 30 minutes seem agonizingly slow. Sometimes those 30 minutes fly by. And I think it will be going to penalties on Wednesday night.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough game, boys. It really is. I think a lot of people are just expecting us to wipe the floor with Bosnia, win a 3-0, 4-1 kind of game for it to go similar to the way the Paraguay game went. I just don't think that's going to be the case. I'll go a little cold. I think the U.S. probably win in regulation. I could see them winning in extra time as well. I don't think the game is going to go into penalties. They've been great in these spots. They were when they've been favorites and they've been better than the other team on paper. Those are the kind of games where they've usually handled. So there's no reason for me to think that this one is going to be any different. They played against a great defensive team in Paraguay, beat them 4-1, went up against a solid Australia team, beat them 2-0. Don't count the Turkey game because of how many reserves that they had. But I think against Bosnia, again, I'm kind of expecting like a 2-1 type game. Maybe it is 2-0 with the late goal at the end to kind of make it look a little bit more lopsided than it actually was. I'm obviously hoping this game doesn't go to extra time or penalties because we saw today with Germany as a big favorite. You do not want to be in that scenario. But I think they'll take care of business in regulation. It'll be a hard-fought game. So I will go cold on them winning in penalties.
Yeah, look, maybe it's just me being the soccer novice that I am and watching this Team USA play, early in this tournament and watching how good this offense has been and how dominant this offense has been throughout the World Cup so far. I just think that they're going to come out on fire again. I really do. I think they're going to come out. They're going to score quickly again. I think they're going to score 2 or 3 goals again. And I think they beat Bosnia 3-1. I don't think it comes anywhere close to penalties, but that's, just me. Let's go with another soccer one here. France is winning the World Cup. PJ, hot or cold?
Oh, I'm hot on this, boys. Absolutely. I like France. I think they're the best team right now. I just feel like when we get into these international tournaments, after group play, you just kind of get a sense of like who the best team is, who's playing really well, whose offense is clicking on all cylinders. And that's France, man. I mean, Mbappe, Dembele, these dudes are just on another level. Again, they were in a tough group. I mean, Senegal, Norway, these are good teams. And they took care of Senegal after that first half, man. Came out, looked really impressive. They got a favorable draw now with Paraguay beating Germany on paper. Big favorites against Sweden. They're going to be big favorites again if they get past Sweden. You're going to have some tough matchups potentially in the semis and in the final. Obviously, the deeper that you go, usually the harder that it gets. But they're the favorite, rightfully so. I think they're going to win it. So I'll go hot on France winning the World Cup.
I'm going cold because I picked. We filled out our brackets last hour, and I'm gonna stick with Spain. I think this is Spain's year. I know they maybe not. They might not have been all that convincing in the group stage, right? I mean, they tied Cabo Verde, which maybe doesn't seem like that terrible of a result anymore because Cape Verde, Cabo Verde, they're into the knockout stage. They crushed Saudi Arabia, but then they kind of played like they didn't really care against Uruguay in a game that if they lost, they wouldn't have won the group. Now they end up winning 1-0, but they kind of just jerked around in the second half and played not to lose. But I still think this team's got so much experience. I mean, they haven't given up a goal yet. As much as they've been maybe jerking around or underperforming, they haven't given up a goal. They have not given up a goal yet in this tournament. And I know their group wasn't the strongest, but I just think they've got a squad full of winners. You know, Unai Simon, their goalie, is tremendous. Their midfield is incredible with, Pedri and Rodri, who I'm a Man City fan. I think he's the best midfielder in the world. And then, like Lamine Yamal, everybody knows his name, and he did score a goal, but they've got other great attackers. Oyarzabal is great. Ferran Torres. And even if their offense is not firing at all cylinders, I trust that this team can keep any team that they play out of the back of the net. And they can win a 0-0 game that goes to extra time. They can win a 1-1 game that goes to penalties. They can squeak out 1-0 wins and just be calm, cool, and collected under fire and pressure. So I think if it is Spain and France in the semis, which is what both me and PJ predicted, I think Spain is just as good as France. And so I would take them to win that. And then I'll pick them against anybody in the bottom half of the bracket, whether it's England, Brazil, Argentina. I think Spain's the best team in this tournament, even if they haven't showed it yet.
Well, boys, you guys are both cowards. PJ asked me where I went to college. I told you guys, the United States Marine Corps. And just like the United States Marine Corps is the greatest military in the world, Messi is the greatest player in the world. I'm going with Argentina.
Wow. The old okey doke from Brando. Thought he was going to be a homer, and he switched it out underneath. Well done, sir. I thought you were going to say USA, and I was getting ready to be like, I hope you're right.
That was a nice little head fake, Combs. You got me. I thought
that.
for sure you were just going to say USA.
Me too.
No chance. Even I'm not I'm a soccer novice, but I know, I'm just hoping for round of 16.
Yeah, I mean, because it's the fact that the U.S., again, upsets happen. I mean, look at Germany today, no matter how fraudulent you think they are. And me and PJ both have picked an upset. We both think the USA will beat Belgium. I mean, PJ, you think actually USA might be a slight favorite. I still think Belgium would be favored in that game to advance, probably what the Netherlands price was today, minus 145. So nothing crazy, but USA is most likely, if it goes chalk, they're going to have to beat Belgium, Spain, and France just to get to the final. So I think it's already been a great tournament for us, for the USA. I think they're going to have a hell of a test on Wednesday. And if they get past Bosnia, I still think they can beat Belgium and get to the quarterfinals. But I think that's the absolute ceiling.
And it's kind of crazy how people are going to be disappointed if they don't get to the quarters. That's a testament to the team and how they've looked and kind of where we are right now. We've been waiting for this for a while in the States, and we finally got it. So hopefully they keep playing as well as they have been. And I just want to see them against Spain, as I'm sure all of us do. We want to see what that game looks like. Are they going to look like they belong on the same field? Are they just going to get absolutely destroyed? What is going to happen? None of us know. And I hope we get to see it, boys. Honestly, I don't hope we get to see it. It'd be nice if Austria maybe pulled off an upset, or we get some others along the way. That'd be great too. Maybe just make it as easy as possible. But yeah, likely USA, Spain if they make it that far.
310-840-4910 is the number to join. You can call, you can text. When we come back, we could hit on some more hot or cold, because I know Combs saw one of these that I put in there, and I wanted to see if he was going to go to it. So maybe we could do that. But we'll also talk about the Detroit Lions. They've released Terrion Arnold. What's the next in this what could be a long evolving saga after the massive news that came out late last week about Terrion Arnold? 310-840-4910 This is BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Why not the Pittsburgh Penguins? Why not? Another team with a massive amount of cap space, a team that has plenty of draft assets to trade to Dallas for Robertson's rights if they'd like, and a few young players, up-and-coming young players around. But why not Jason Robertson to be in the same lineup with Sidney Crosby as Crosby's career winds down over the next several years? Robertson comes in, becomes the face of the Penguins franchise, and gets to play with Sidney Crosby. Look, I don't think there's a kid who's grown up playing hockey in the last 20 years who didn't wonder what it would be like to play with Ovechkin or Crosby at some point. Here would be your opportunity.
Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. We got producer Brandon Combs in the mix. Maybe we'll do some more hot or cold here in a bit. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We've been keeping you updated here on this Netherlands-Morocco clash throughout the last hour and a half. They are in the 70th minute. They're in the hydration break. So play's going to resume in another minute or so. It's only a 2 or 3 minute break, which I got to be honest, PJ, I've been watching soccer for a long time. I feel like at the World Cup at Qatar, they were doing the hydration break, and maybe the only other time I could remember was the 2014 World Cup in Brazil, because it was like there was like a solid 6 days in a row where it was like 100 degrees with humidity of like max percentage. But I don't think this was like a normal thing. I think this is probably going to be a thing now every 4 years, every major tournament. But like I don't remember the hydration break being a thing that was always present for the World Cup or the Euros or these major tournaments. Do you?
No, this is definitely something that's become new for sure. And I don't think it's going anywhere because they use it to sell ads and commercials. I kind of don't hate it as much as everybody else because it actually is nice during the game to just kind of like use the bathroom if you're watching, and not have to like pause it or something like that. So I don't hate it as much as other people. I get soccer's been played a certain way for a long time. Fitness is a big part of it. And again, when you know the motive behind it, the reason they're really just doing it is not so they can give these guys a water break. It's really just to sell ads. I understand that standpoint. But yeah, I don't think this is going anywhere. I think this is going to be a thing that we continue to see throughout all these major tournaments.
Yeah. So again, so you were right. So every mandatory scheduled hydration breaks were introduced for the first time at this year's World Cup. Every match scheduled to pause twice for 3 minutes to allow players to rehydrate and for teams to discuss tactics. While drink breaks were occasionally used in previous tournaments based on extreme heat, 2026 is the first time FIFA mandated them for every single match, regardless of the weather. And I agree. I don't think they're going anywhere. I think it's a great way. It's the TV money, right? That rules the world. Get some more money, some more TV ads. Oh, Netherlands scores. Netherlands gets on the board. Is this goal going to stand? That's the thing. And you got also a player that's injured. It looks like Cody Gakpo, who's their best attacking threat. But the Dutch... The Orange have struck first here in the 72nd minute. They lead Morocco 1-0. What a counterattack. We'll see if that is going to stand as a goal. And again, it looks like Gakpo might be hurt, but there you go. They've broken the seal, PJ. Looks like Netherlands is up 1-0, assuming this goal is going to stand here.
Oh, man. Yeah, well, good for my pick on the bracket. The Netherlands is up 1-0. Bummed I didn't just take them to win the game in regulation because that's what I thought was going to happen. That's a bummer. I hope Gakpo is all right. That was a heck of a goal. Crazy how quickly they can just strike, Goalie boots it out, quick little header, and the next thing you know, you got a 2-on-1, and Gakpo makes a beautiful play. So Netherlands up 1-0. Like you said, if this stands, we got about 25 minutes to go or so, plus the stoppage time, and it should be a fun finish to the end.
So this all started playing back to the goalie who pings it up to midfield, and you get a beautiful flicked on header that starts the breakaway. And then Gakpo latches on to, I don't know who that was, his teammate. Looks like he got taken down from behind. I was waiting to see if they were going to give a red card, and then the ball just deflects to Gakpo, who smashes it as he gets taken out from underneath, goes down hard, but scores. I mean, just laced it right into the back of the net.
Great shot, right under the goalie's foot. The goalie was kind of caught in between because there was a broken play. Like you said, the player before Gakpo initially had the ball, and he got it taken away from him, but it looked like an errant kick from the Morocco defender just put it right on Gakpo's foot, and he did the rest. So, wow. Kind of looked like we were just settling in 0-0, getting ready for extra time, and then bang, 1-0, and now Morocco's tournament is on the line here.
All right. Well, I wouldn't be stunned if Morocco finds a way to tie this thing up here. They've been the better team. Again, I'm looking at the stats here. And let's see, Morocco, 8 shots, 3 on target, 3 big chances. Netherlands, 6 shots, 2 on target. That was just their second shot on target, 1 big chance, which is the goal they just scored on right now. So, and Morocco is outpossessed the Netherlands 63-37. So Morocco's been the better team, and yet they find themselves down 1-0 with only about 20 minutes left to go now. So just like that, they are on the ropes indeed, PJ. But yeah, so I think hydration breaks are not going anywhere because money, TV revenue.
Yep.
Again, I think probably Fox and the U.S. powers that be, they were like, oh, you guys only do this for extreme heat? So you want us to show you a game uninterrupted, no ads for 45 to 48 straight minutes? Yeah, no way. We're gonna do these hydration breaks under the guise of looking out for players' safety. But also that does play a factor. Remember, I don't know if you remember, it was 5 years ago, right? Euros 2020, which was actually played in 2021 when Christian Eriksen had the cardiac arrest, collapsed, basically died on the pitch and had to be resuscitated, had to be revived. So it makes sense. And no matter where we're at in the States or in Mexico, again, it's going to be 100, 103 and 104 degrees here in Philadelphia on Thursday and Friday. So I don't blame FIFA for doing this, even if it is really just all about the money.
It's an underrated part about this tournament too, and this knockout round is a team like Spain is going to play their first 2 games in Los Angeles potentially, where you have a team like France that's got to play, I believe, in like Philly and then New York, New Jersey potentially, or Boston. It's like 2 of those 3 where it's going to be like 100, So you got teams that might have to play outside dealing with the humidity versus the teams that get to play in Atlanta or Dallas or LA where they don't have to deal with that. Definitely something to keep in mind too. If you're betting the tournament or looking at futures, any of those kinds of things, that could play a factor, especially, now that we're in this stage and it's knockout round and you're playing 30 extra minutes. And that wears on everybody. These European teams that aren't used to that kind of stuff, they, could have its effect on them. So we'll see.
Yeah. All right. 310-840-4910. PJ, so the Detroit Lions during our show today, they released Terrion Arnold. Sorry, I'm just trying to get the this little thing that I had pulled up here. They released Terrion Arnold after he was arrested last week. The felony charges of armed robbery and kidnapping. We talked about it on the show, how wild of a story that was. The team announced it too. That wasn't like Schefter or anything else. The Detroit Lions announced they have released Terrion Arnold. By the way, he had his bond set today by Hillsborough County Judge Christopher Sabella. His bond, $1 million, who added the following conditions. Quote, Terrion Arnold is not allowed contact with the 6 co-defendants or the witnesses in the case, and he must surrender his passport within 48 hours. And he was ordered confined to his residence in Tallahassee, except when he would be playing, training, and traveling with the Lions or making court-related appearances or legal appointments. The state asked the judge to require Arnold to wear a GPS tracking device, but his attorneys argued that would not be able to play football with such a device. So, they were like, yeah, he's down. No, don't worry. He'll still be able to play football. And the Lions were like, no, there's no shot. This was maybe the easiest release in the history of the NFL. Again, we need to get as much evidence as we can, but just from the limited evidence that we have been presented, the public, PJ, this does not look good at all for Terrion Arnold. So not a surprise. The Lions not even wasting time. They're not even going to try to see what this plays out with, and how this plays out the next couple of weeks. They are moving on.
Yeah, and you can't really blame him. Still just a wild story. And being a Bama grad, Terrion Arnold being a Bama grad, just crazy, man. He was beloved, seemed like a nice, humble dude. He was best friends with Nick Saban's wife, Terry Saban. That was her favorite player. He'd always hug her before the game, after the game. He would go over to Saban's house and hang out with the team and all those sorts of things. So Terrion Arnold was always loved in Tuscaloosa and was a great player, seemed like a great dude. And then you read this story with everything that was going on, and it was pretty shocking. And like you said, even though nothing is set in stone and there hasn't been anything ruled for or against Terrion Arnold, I mean, you can't blame the Lions for getting ahead of this and making the decision that they did to just release him.
Yeah. 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. None of his co-defendants had bond set for them. 2 female co-defendants have pleaded guilty already, and they're cooperating. So their statements have already tied Terrion Arnold to the crimes, even though he was not at the apartment. That's according to the prosecutors. So, yeah, like I said, it's not looking good for him. His attorney, a guy by the name of Harvey Steinberg, argued in court today that the prosecutors are, quote, not even close to showing that the player, that he knew or directed what his associates would do. But, like, he was involved. That's without a shadow of a doubt. And so, like, this just doesn't seem like a winnable case for Terrion Arnold or his co-defendants. But we'll see how long this takes to play out. Could be months. Who knows? But he's not going to be playing football for the Lions this year. 310-840-4910. Take our last break. Last chance to get in on the phones. 310-840-4910. Get you an update on Netherlands-Morocco. Still 1-0 to the Dutch. When we come back, Morocco's got about 15 minutes left. I got some picks for Wimbledon tomorrow, PJ, if you want them. Ooh. And then maybe we could finish off with one more hot or cold as well. But I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
John Lynch has not been the best general manager in football over the last several years, but I will say this. I will back John Lynch fully and unequivocally if he lets Brandon Ayuk just rot on the restricted list. This is ridiculous. You can't just go on social media every day and say that you're going to play for the Commanders when you're still technically under contract with the 49ers. You can't do that. That's not how it works. You don't get to just name what team you're playing for. You're not a free agent. I get it. The Niners don't want him anymore. As Lynch said, he's probably played his last snap for San Francisco. But unless the Commanders are willing to give me something of some consequence, I'm not just cutting this dude and letting him walk off to D.C. to play with his buddy Jaden Daniels. Oh, hell no. I'll give it to Stone Cold. No. I'm not going to just let him. No, you don't just get to go. You don't get to name your destination, Brandon Ayuk. It's getting to the point where it's kind of creepy, but more so just dumb. Just dumb. Without even the B. D-U-M. Dumb. By Brandon Ayuk. But let's stop losing the forest for the trees here. Everybody in the WNBA has a visceral hatred for Caitlin Clark, despite the fact that Caitlin Clark's arrival on the scene is what helped them push for a new CBA, a massive increase in salaries, massive viewership, which helps push those rights fees and salaries farther up. Without Caitlin Clark, I wouldn't say there's no WNBA. It's existed for 2 decades now. But without Caitlin Clark, the WNBA is not nearly as close to the average sports fan's radar as it is right now in this moment. And yet Caitlin Clark gets a hand to the neck, gets kicked occasionally, smacked occasionally. And again, she's not the only person who receives a little physical punishment in sports. But she receives all of this, and the one person, the one star who has helped make the NBA, who has made the WNBA what it is right now, is Caitlin Clark. And that Alyssa Thomas transgression draws a 1-game suspension? Number one, the Detroit Lions. Absolutely. Amon-Ra, Jamison Williams. I would put those two right there, just a hair behind Chase and Higgins. Maybe right there with Chase and Higgins as the best duo behind Lamb and Pickens. If we were just doing duos, it would be Lamb, Pickens.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Winner goes on to the round of 16 to play Canada. And Netherlands leads Morocco 1-0. The goal from Cody Gakpo in the 72nd minute is standing up right now. Morocco, can they get a last-minute equalizer? Netherlands right now looking like they might put this game away more than anything else. They've had the ball here in the attacking zone for the last couple of minutes or so. So it is last chance saloon for Morocco, although there could be maybe 6-7 minutes of extra time with these hydration breaks, so there might be closer to 10 minutes left than 5. 310-840-4910. Day 2 at Wimbledon tomorrow. PJ, I've got some plays if you'd like to hear them.
Pat, I would love to hear them. What do we got?
So let's start. I think Hugo Humbert, the Frenchman, he's taking on Zizou Bergs from Belgium. They just played each other on Sunday. They just played each other yesterday in the final at the tournament Eastbourne, the southern coast of England, last tune-up tournament before Wimbledon. Now, normally the final is played on Saturday. It got suspended because of rain. They played it yesterday. Humbert won the first set, and then Zizou Bergs won the next two, and he won it. And so I think normally when you get two guys that play each other in the span of like 2 or 3 days, which can happen if one guy, if they play each other in qualifying and then one guy gets in as a lucky loser because somebody drops out of the tournament. It's not often, though, that you'll see a final of one tournament be played and then they play each other in round 1 of the next tournament. But that is the case here. Humbert lost on Sunday. I think he wins tomorrow, and I think he's a better player. So over the course of a best of 5, I'll take the Frenchman Humbert to cover the -3.5 games. And then one other play that I like is we were talking about Ben Shelton, his chances of making a deep run here at Wimbledon because he's not on Sinner's side of the bracket, going up against a massive server in Virtanen, Otto Virtanen tomorrow. I'm going to play the over. Rarely does Ben make it easy on himself. He always finds a way, it seems like, to win and to get into the round of 16 and the quarterfinals and semifinals at Grand Slam tournaments. But, when he's an underdog, he's normally live. But when he's a favorite, he normally does not win routinely, especially on grass. He's got a big serve and a big game, but he isn't that great at returning. And so Virtanen's got a massive serve. I think that's going to be the difference maker. I think this one goes 4. I could see it going to a 5th set, but Virtanen and Shelton over 41.5. It's a big number, but a big number for a reason. If you get 4 sets with these two guys, the way they serve, you're going over. So I'll take the over between Virtanen and Shelton. And PJ, I think we might have ourselves a late equalizer here from Morocco.
Yeah? Did they just score?
I think they might. I think they just might. Oh, a header in the 90th minute ties it up.
Holy smokes, dude. That is insane. Oh, what a goal that was. Holy mother. That was pretty.
Incredible. They just... Beautiful drop.
Well played, Lee.
Well played, Lee. Dude, they just pinged this thing into the box from like midfield, and you couldn't time that header any more perfectly. Oh my gosh, what a goal. What a goal from Morocco. And it is, who ends up scoring that one? Diop. Issa Diop, the 29-year-old defender who plays for Fulham in the Premier League. How many goals has he even scored in his career? I think he scored 1 in the Premier League this year. He just scored the biggest goal of his life. Right over Van Dijk, too. One of the best defenders in the world, Virgil van Dijk. He outjumps him and just perfectly heads this thing right into the near upper 90. And just like that, it's 1-1. So we might have extra time between Morocco and Netherlands. That's all the time we got for on our show. PJ, can't wait to do it again with you tomorrow, brother. Thanks to PJ Glasser. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thanks to Lee from Westwood One. Thanks to everybody else that's working on the show. I'm Pat Boyle. We got to run. Peace.
Number 1, the Detroit Lions. Absolutely. Amon-Ra, Jamison Williams. I would put those two right there, just a hair behind Chase and Higgins. Maybe right there with Chase and Higgins as the best duo behind Lamb and Pickens. If we were just doing duos, it would be Lamb, Pickens, and then it would be probably a tie at number 2 between Chase Higgins and St. Brown and Williams. But again,